Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching Ultimate Fanfiction. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Harry hired Goblin curse breakers who found Dumbledore had been siphoning magic from Potter vaults for 30 years? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1, Discrepancies in the Depths. The parchment trembled in Harry's hands. For the third time that morning, he spread the Gringotts statement across his desk, squinting at the columns of numbers that refused to make sense. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place, illuminating dust motes that swirled in the air with each agitated breath he took. Something wasn't right. Harry ran his finger down the column labeled Ancestral Magical Reserves, tracing the steady decline that had begun well before his birth. The Potter family vault, his family vault, had been hemorrhaging magical energy for decades, yet the withdrawals bore no explanation, no record of purpose. Bloody hell, he muttered, reaching for his cooling cup of tea. He'd never paid much attention to the quarterly statements that the goblins had begun sending after his 17th birthday. Money had never concerned him much, he had enough. But this wasn't about gold. The soft pop of apparition in the hallway announced Hermione's arrival before her voice did. "Harry? Are you still brooding up there?" Her footsteps echoed on the ancient staircase. "I'm not brooding," he called back, hastily gathering the papers. "I'm investigating." Hermione appeared in the doorway, her ministry robe slightly rumpled from a long day at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "That sounds ominous." She frowned at the scattered parchments. "What are you investigating?" Harry hesitated. Hermione had always been the voice of reason, but she also harbored a deep respect for authority, particularly Dumbledore's. Even years after his death, criticizing the former headmaster in her presence felt like treading on hallowed ground. "Just some irregularities with my Gringotts accounts," he said, offering a half-truth. "Nothing important." Hermione's eyes narrowed. After 8 years of friendship, she could spot his evasions from a mile away. "Since when do you care about banking irregularities?" She crossed the room and perched on the edge of his desk. "You've worn that same look since first year, when you were convinced Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone." Harry sighed. "That's just it, Hermione. I've been wrong about people before, but I've also been right. And something about these statements doesn't add up." He passed her the most recent document, watching as her analytical mind engaged with the figures. Her brow furrowed in concentration. "This section here, Ancestral Magical Reserves, what exactly is that?" she asked. "Old wizarding families store more than just gold in their vaults," Harry explained, recalling his own recent education on the matter. "They store magical artifacts, enchanted heirlooms, and according to this," he tapped the parchment, "raw magical energy, bound to the family bloodline. It's why the oldest vaults are the most secure. It's not just about the gold." Hermione's eyes widened. "And these reserves have been depleting?" "For years." "Decades," Harry corrected. "Look at the date of the first withdrawal." She gasped softly. "October 1981. "That's the month my parents died," Harry finished, his voice flat. "And they've continued ever since, like clockwork. Every solstice and equinox." "But who could?" Hermione stopped herself, the implication hanging in the air between them. Harry stood abruptly, unable to remain still. "Only 3 people had access to the Potter vaults after my parents died, me, once I turned 11, my magical guardian, and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot who could authorize emergency withdrawals." "And Dumbledore was both your magical guardian and the chief warlock," Hermione whispered. The silence that followed felt leaden. Harry could almost see Hermione's brilliant mind working, searching for an alternative explanation, a justification that wouldn't tarnish her hero's memory. "There has to be a reasonable explanation," she finally said. "Perhaps he was protecting the magical reserves from being seized by Death Eaters, or using them to power the wards around you at the Dursleys. For 30 years. Harry challenged. And if it was legitimate, why isn't it documented? Why didn't he ever mention it to me? You know how many conversations we had about my parents, my heritage. He had every opportunity. The sound of the front door opening and closing echoed through the house, followed by Ron's voice calling up the stairs. Oi! Anyone home? I've brought curry. Hermione glanced at Harry, a silent question in her eyes. Let's not mention this to Ron yet, Harry said quietly. Not until I know more. His family has always been close to Dumbledore. She nodded, though her expression remained troubled. What will you do? Harry gathered the statements into a neat pile. Tomorrow, I'm going to Gringotts. If anyone can get to the bottom of this, it's the goblins. Do you want me to come with you? He considered it briefly, then shook his head. I need to do this myself. But thanks. Ron's footsteps thundered up the stairs. Are you two hiding from me? The food's getting cold. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand briefly before standing. We're coming, she called. To Harry, she whispered, whatever you discover, I'm here for you. Just, keep an open mind, Harry. There might be explanations we haven't considered. Harry nodded, tucking the statements into his desk drawer. But the cold knot of betrayal in his stomach told him that some explanations wouldn't be enough. Not this time. The marble halls of Gringotts Bank had always intimidated Harry, but never more than today. He approached the nearest available teller, acutely aware of the curious glances from both wizards and goblins alike. Despite the 5 years since Voldemort's defeat, the boy who lived still commanded attention. The goblin looked down at him from his high desk, expression inscrutable. Key, please. Harry placed his vault key on the counter. I need to speak with someone about irregularities in my family accounts. In private. The goblin's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He examined Harry's key, then nodded once. Wait here. Several tense minutes passed before a different goblin approached, this one older, with silver streaks in his beard and half-moon spectacles perched on his long nose. Mr. Potter. I am Nagnok, Senior Account Manager for Ancient Houses. Please follow me. Harry followed the goblin through a series of increasingly ornate corridors until they reached a door bearing a plaque that read, Potter Family Accounts, established 1317. His heart skipped a beat. How much about his own heritage remained unknown to him? Nagnok's office was surprisingly comfortable, with leather chairs and a roaring fire that took the chill from the underground air. The walls were lined with ledgers, some looking ancient enough to crumble at a touch. How may Gringotts assist the Potter heir today? Nagnok asked, seating himself behind a desk inlaid with gold. Harry withdrew the statements from his robes and placed them on the desk. I need an explanation for these withdrawals from my family's magical reserves. They've been ongoing since my parents' deaths, but I never authorized them. Nagnok adjusted his spectacles and examined the documents with a frown that deepened with each passing moment. His long fingers traced the columns of figures, occasionally pausing to make a small sound that raised Harry's anxiety. Most troubling, the goblin finally said, looking up at Harry with an intensity that made him shift in his seat. These withdrawals were authorized by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as both your magical guardian and chief warlock. But what are they for? Harry pressed. There's no explanation, no record of how the magic was used. That, said Nagnok, is precisely what concerns me. He pulled a silver bell from a drawer and rang it once. Almost immediately, the door opened, and a younger goblin entered. Bring me the complete Potter portfolio, including the sealed records. The junior goblin looked startled. The sealed records require, Mr. Potter's blood signature, yes, Nagnok interrupted. We shall obtain it momentarily. Now go. When they were alone again, Nagnok steepled his fingers. Mr. Potter, what do you know about ancestral magical reserves? Harry hesitated. Not much. Just that old wizarding families store magical energy in their vaults, bound to their bloodline. A simplified explanation, but essentially correct, Nagnok nodded. The Potter family is ancient, dating back to the 12th century. Over generations, your ancestors stored portions of their magical power in the family vault, a common practice among pure-blood families. But why? Multiple reasons. In times of war, these reserves could be drawn upon to strengthen family wards or heal grievous wounds. During magical plagues, they served as a safeguard against family extinction. Some families used them in ritual magic to enhance their bloodline gifts. Nagnok's gaze sharpened. And sometimes, they served as a deterrent against those who might harm the family. A deterrent? Indeed. Attack a wizard with access to generations of stored magical power, and you face not just one opponent, but the accumulated strength of an entire bloodline. Nagnok's smile showed too many teeth. The oldest families were rarely challenged directly for this very reason. The implications hit Harry like a bludger. So when Voldemort came for my parents, they should have had access to considerable power beyond their own considerable talents, Nagnok confirmed. Which raises interesting questions about that night. Harry's mouth went dry. You think someone prevented them from accessing the family magic? I speculate nothing without evidence, Mr. Potter. But the timing of the first withdrawal, mere days before your parents' deaths, is suggestive. The door opened again, and the junior goblin returned carrying an ornate wooden box inlaid with precious stones arranged in patterns that seemed to shift when Harry looked directly at them. Behind him came another goblin, older than Nagnok, with a scar running from his left eye to his chin. Senior Cursebreaker Gornik, Nagnok introduced. If there are irregularities in your account, his expertise will be invaluable. Gornik nodded curtly to Harry. Potter. I remember your visit as a child. Hagrid brought you. You do. Harry was surprised, all goblins had looked the same to his 11-year-old self. We remember all who enter our domain, Gornik said simply, before turning his attention to the box. This requires blood. Nagnok produced a small, ornate dagger. 7 drops on the lock, if you please. Harry took the knife, its handle warm against his palm as if recognizing his touch. Without hesitation, he pricked his finger and allowed 7 drops of blood to fall onto the intricate lock. The blood seemed to vanish on contact, absorbed into the metal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the box opened. Inside lay an array of parchments, bound with red ribbon and sealed with wax bearing the Potter crest, a shield with a stag rampant. Atop these sat a small golden key, different from the one Harry used to access his trust vault. The master key to the Potter family vault, Nagnok explained. And the complete record of all transactions, including those obscured from regular statements. Gornik removed the documents with reverent care, placing them on the desk. His long fingers broke the seals one by one, spreading the parchments in a methodical pattern that seemed to hold significance only he understood. Blood magic, the Cursebreaker muttered, running a finger along one document that glowed faintly red at his touch. Complex. Old. Not goblin-made. Harry leaned forward. What does that mean? Gornik glanced at Nagnok, who nodded. It means, the Cursebreaker said, that the magical withdrawals were facilitated by blood-based access, something that should have been impossible for anyone but a Potter by blood. But Dumbledore wasn't, no, Gornik agreed. He was not. Yet these withdrawals bear his magical signature, intertwined with something else. He traced a complex pattern over one of the documents, which illuminated with a web of golden light. See here. The primary signature is Dumbledore's, but it's facilitated by a secondary source. Harry stared at the glowing pattern, not fully comprehending what he was seeing. Could it be my blood? Something taken when I was a baby? Possible, Gornik conceded. But unlikely to have remained viable for 30 years without constant renewal. His scarred face creased in concentration. This bears further investigation. With specialized tools. Nagnok cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, what Gornik is suggesting would require a full audit of your family vault. This is unusual. How unusual? Harry asked. It has not been done for a wizard's vault in over a century, Nagnok admitted. Such investigations are costly and time-consuming. The standard fee would be, I don't care about the cost, Harry interrupted. If someone has been stealing from my family, from me, I want to know everything. His voice hardened. Especially if that someone was Albus Dumbledore. The goblins exchanged glances that Harry couldn't interpret. Very well, Nagnok said finally. We shall assemble a team. Gornik will lead the curse-breaking aspects. I will oversee the financial audit. And we will need Sharpclaw for the ancestral magic elements. Sharpclaw? Harry asked. Our eldest magical theorist, Gornik explained. If anyone can determine what happened to your family's power, it is her. How soon can you start? Harry asked. Immediately, Nagnok said, surprising him. Matters of magical theft are taken very seriously by the Goblin Nation, Mr. Potter. Particularly when they involve such prominent wizards. Harry nodded, a cold determination settling in his chest. Then let's begin. 3 days later, Harry found himself standing before the Potter family vault for the first time in his life. Unlike his trust vault, this one lay deep beneath Gringotts, in corridors so ancient they predated the bank itself. They had descended for what felt like hours, passing security measures that grew increasingly formidable with each level. Now they stood before a massive door of what looked like solid gold, emblazoned with the Potter crest. No keyhole was visible, instead, a shallow basin protruded from the center of the door. Gornik stood at Harry's right shoulder, Nagnok at his left. Behind them waited a diminutive female goblin with silver hair and eyes so pale they appeared almost white. Sharpclaw had spoken little since their introduction, but Harry sensed a keen intelligence in her ancient gaze. Your blood, once more, Gornik instructed, offering another ritualistic dagger, this one made of a black metal Harry didn't recognize. Harry took the blade and cut his palm without hesitation, allowing the blood to pool before emptying it into the basin. The crimson liquid disappeared instantly, and the door began to glow with a soft golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Speak your name and claim, Sharpclaw said, her voice surprisingly melodic. My name? Harry asked, uncertain. Your full name and lineage, she clarified. Harry took a deep breath. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, heir to the ancient house of Potter. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a distant sigh, the massive door swung inward, revealing a chamber far larger than Harry had imagined possible. Unlike his trust vault, with its piles of gold and silver coins, the Potter family vault resembled a museum. Artifacts lined the walls on shelves of dark wood. Display cases contained jewelry, weapons, and objects Harry couldn't identify. Portraits hung on the walls, their occupants stirring at the sudden intrusion. But what drew Harry's eye was the center of the vault, where a column of swirling golden light rose from floor to ceiling. Or rather, what remained of it. The column appeared tattered, more like a frayed rope than the solid pillar it had once been. The ancestral magic, Sharpclaw whispered, approaching it with reverence. Once magnificent, now diminished. Is that mine? Harry asked, feeling a strange pull toward the glowing energy. It is the Potter legacy, Sharpclaw confirmed. The accumulated magical power of your ancestors, meant to protect and strengthen their descendants. She circled the column slowly, her expression growing grimmer. It has been savagely depleted. Gornik had moved to the far wall, examining what appeared to be a series of runes etched into the stone. Here, he called. The connection point. The others joined him, Harry having to crouch to see what had captured the Cursebreaker's attention. A small golden disc had been embedded in the wall, surrounded by runes that glowed with a faint blue light. From the disc extended a thin thread of energy, barely visible, leading away through the solid stone. A siphon, Gornick explained, his voice tight with professional outrage. Expertly crafted. It draws the magic out in measured amounts, not enough to deplete the reserves completely at once, but steadily, over decades. Can you tell where it leads? Harry asked. Not without following it, Gornick admitted. And that would require breaking through Gringotts' own security measures. Even we cannot do that lightly. But you can determine who placed it? Harry pressed. Gornick exchanged glances with Sharpclaw. We can try. It will require dismantling the enchantment layer by layer. Like peeling an onion. Do it, Harry said. Whatever it costs. As the goblins began their work, Harry wandered deeper into the vault, drawn by the portraits that were now fully awake and watching him with undisguised curiosity. An elderly wizard with Harry's untamable hair and sharp chin leaned forward in his frame. So you're the latest Potter, are you? Come closer, boy, let me see you properly. Harry approached, fascinated. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. And you are? Fleamont Potter, your grandfather. The portrait studied him intently. You have your mother's eyes. The rest is pure Potter. Though you're a bit scrawny, aren't you? Didn't your parents feed you properly? My parents died when I was a baby, Harry said quietly. I was raised by my mother's sister and her husband. Petunia. The portrait looked horrified. That horse-faced shrew. Who in their right mind would? Fleamont stopped abruptly. Where was Sirius? He was your godfather. Falsely imprisoned for betraying my parents, Harry explained, the old pain dull but still present. He escaped when I was 13, but died 2 years later. Good Godric. Fleamont slumped in his painted chair. And Albus allowed this? He promised James he would ensure you were properly cared for if the worst happened. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore knew about Sirius being my godfather. Before my parents died? Of course he knew. He witnessed the blood ritual binding Sirius to your protection. Fleamont's expression darkened. What game was the old man playing? Before Harry could respond, a sharp exclamation from Gornick drew his attention. The curse breaker had removed the golden disc from the wall and held it in his palm. It pulsed with angry red light. We have the signature, Gornick announced. But you won't like it, Potter. Harry rejoined the goblins, his grandfather's portrait's revelation still ringing in his ears. Tell me. The primary magical signature is indeed Albus Dumbledore's, Gornick confirmed. But it's anchored by a secondary signature, blood magic. He looked up at Harry, his scarred face grim. Your blood, Mr. Potter. Taken when you were an infant. My blood. But how? Harry stopped, his hand unconsciously rising to his forehead, to the lightning bolt scar that had defined his life. Yes, Sharpclaw said softly, her pale eyes fixed on his scar. The night your parents died. When the killing curse rebounded. There was blood then, was there not? I suppose there must have been, Harry said, feeling sick. Dumbledore was the first to arrive at Godric's Hollow, after Hagrid. He sent Hagrid to collect me. Giving himself time alone with your parents' bodies, Nagnok observed. And with a freshly bleeding magical wound on an infant of an ancient bloodline. A unique opportunity. But why? Harry demanded. Why would Dumbledore steal my family's magic? Sharpclaw's ancient face creased in thought. The timing suggests preparation. The first small withdrawal occurred days before your parents' deaths. As if he knew what was coming. Or helped arrange it, Gornick added bluntly. No, Harry shook his head. Dumbledore opposed Voldemort. He wouldn't have, perhaps not directly, Nagnok interjected. But consider, he knew of the prophecy. He knew the Dark Lord would target your family. Yet the protections failed spectacularly. Harry's mind raced. The Fidelius charm. Sirius was supposed to be secret keeper, but they switched to Peter Pettigrew at the last minute. At whose suggestion? Gornick asked quietly. The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd never known who had suggested the switch. Had it been Dumbledore? It would explain why the headmaster had done so little to help Sirius later. I don't know, he admitted. But even if Dumbledore somehow arranged for my parents' deaths, which I'm not saying I believe, why steal the family magic? What could he possibly gain? Power, Sharpclaw said simply. The Potter family magic is old and strong. Combined with the Peverell bloodline that runs through your veins, Peverell. Harry interrupted. As in the Deathly Hallows? The three goblins stared at him in surprise. You know of the Hallows? Sharpclaw asked, her tone cautious. I possessed all three, briefly, Harry admitted. During the final battle with Voldemort. The goblins' reactions ranged from shock, Nagnok, to calculation, Gornick, to deep, thoughtful concern, Sharpclaw. Then you understand their significance, Sharpclaw said. And perhaps Dumbledore's interest in you makes more sense. Harry frowned. You think he wanted the Hallows? We know he sought them, Gornick said. He made inquiries over many decades. The Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand especially. And your invisibility cloak, Nagnok added. A Potter family heirloom for generations, was it not? Yet Dumbledore had possession of it when your parents died. Convenient. Harry's head was spinning. But why the magic? Why not just take the Hallows directly? Because true mastery of the Hallows requires more than possession, Sharpclaw explained. It requires magical affinity. The Peverell blood that runs in your veins. Dumbledore may have hoped to supplement himself with your family's power. And it worked, Gornick added, gesturing to the frayed column of light. Look at what remains. Barely a quarter of what should be here, after centuries of accumulation. Harry stared at the diminished legacy of his family, feeling a cold rage building inside him. If what the goblin suggested was true, Dumbledore had not only failed to protect his parents, he may have facilitated their deaths. Then he'd stolen Harry's birthright, his magical heritage, while positioning himself as Harry's mentor and protector. The hypocrisy was staggering. Can it be restored? He asked, his voice tight. The magic he took, can it be reclaimed? The goblins exchanged glances. Possibly, Sharpclaw said cautiously. If we can trace where it went. Magical energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. If Dumbledore absorbed it himself, much may have dissipated when he died. But if he stored it somewhere. Then we find it, Harry said firmly. Every last spark. And we bring it back where it belongs. Nagnok cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, such an undertaking would be unprecedented. The cost alone, name your price, Harry interrupted. Whatever it takes. The goblin studied him for a long moment. It is not merely a question of gold, though that will certainly be required. This investigation touches on the highest levels of wizarding society. Albus Dumbledore remains a revered figure. There will be resistance. I don't care, Harry said. I've faced worse than public opinion. You misunderstand, Gornick said. Dumbledore had allies. Powerful ones. Some still living. If he diverted your family magic to others, are you saying he might have given my magic to someone else? Harry asked, appalled. It's a possibility we must consider, Sharpclaw confirmed. Particularly given certain anomalies in the wizarding world. What anomalies? Have you never wondered, the ancient goblin asked, why certain wizards live so long? Why some demonstrate power far beyond their natural abilities? Harry thought of Dumbledore, who had lived well past 150 years. Of Nicholas Flamel, who had supposedly relied on the Philosopher's Stone for his extended life. Had that been a cover story? You think Dumbledore was extending his life with my family's magic, he said slowly. And maybe others too. We think it warrants investigation, Gornick corrected. Starting with Hogwarts itself. Hogwarts? Why there? Because that is where the thread leads, Gornick said, pointing to the faint magical filament that extended from where the golden disc had been. Northeast. Toward Scotland. Toward Hogwarts. Harry's mind raced. The castle wards. Could he have been using my family magic to power Hogwarts' defenses? Possible, Sharpclaw acknowledged. But inefficient. Family magic is tied to blood. It works best when used by or for the bloodline it belongs to. Using it to power general wards would waste much of its potential. Unless, Nagnok suggested, the wards were modified to recognize the Potter bloodline as special in some way. Harry thought of the many times he'd felt at home in Hogwarts, more than anywhere else. Had that been genuine, or another manipulation? Had the castle recognized him because it was partially powered by his own family's stolen magic? So what's our next step? He asked, forcing himself to focus on action rather than speculation. We continue the investigation from two fronts, Gornick decided. Here, we will catalog every item in the vault, searching for additional tampering. And we will assemble a team to trace the magical siphon to its destination. I want to be part of that team, Harry said immediately. The goblins looked surprised. Wizards do not typically participate in goblin curse-breaking expeditions, Nagnok said diplomatically. This isn't typical anything, Harry countered. It's my family's magic. My birthright. I need to see for myself where it went and who took it. Gornick studied him thoughtfully. Your presence could be useful. The magic might respond more strongly to your blood. And having the boy who lived with us could discourage certain forms of interference. Then it's settled, Harry said before Nagnok could object further. When do we leave? There are preparations to make first, Sharpclaw cautioned. Ritual cleansings to ensure you are not carrying foreign magics that might contaminate the tracking. Equipment to gather. A secure base of operations to establish. How long? A week, Gornick decided. No less. Possibly more. Harry nodded reluctantly. And in the meantime? In the meantime, Nagnok said, we recommend discretion, Mr. Potter. If word of this investigation reaches the wrong ears, I understand, Harry said. But there are people I trust. People who should know what's happening. Your choice, Gornick said with a shrug. But remember, Dumbledore had a lifetime to build his web of influence. You cannot know who might still be caught in it. Harry thought of the Order of the Phoenix, of the professors at Hogwarts, of the ministry officials who had worked closely with Dumbledore for decades. How many had known or suspected the truth? How many had benefited from Dumbledore's stolen power? I'll be careful, he promised. But I won't be alone in this. As they prepared to leave the vault, Harry paused before his grandfather's portrait. I'll be back, he told Fleamont. And I'll find answers. See that you do, the portrait replied grimly. And Harry? Trust no one who was close to Dumbledore. No matter how well-intentioned they seem. With those ominous words echoing in his mind, Harry followed the goblins out of the vault. The massive door swung closed behind them with a final sounding thud, sealing away the evidence of Dumbledore's betrayal, but not the knowledge of it. That knowledge burned in Harry's mind like fiendfire, consuming his long-held beliefs about the man who had shaped his life from the shadows. The man who had positioned himself as mentor, guide, and surrogate grandfather while systematically robbing Harry of his magical heritage. As they ascended toward the surface, Harry made a silent vow, he would discover the full extent of Dumbledore's treachery. He would reclaim what was stolen. And he would ensure that the wizarding world learned the truth about their beloved leader, no matter who it hurt. Including himself. Grimmauld Place had never felt particularly homey, despite Hermione's efforts to brighten the gloomy ancestral home of the Black family. Tonight, however, it felt like a sanctuary, the one place Harry could be certain wasn't tainted by Dumbledore's influence. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was finding refuge in the home of a family known for dark magic, hiding from the legacy of the supposed champion of the light. He sat at the kitchen table, a tumbler of fire whiskey in hand, staring at the parchment before him. The list of names swam before his tired eyes, people he trusted, people he might tell about Dumbledore's betrayal. The list was distressingly short. Ron and Hermione topped it, of course. Despite Ron's family connections to Dumbledore and Hermione's reverence for authority, Harry couldn't imagine keeping this from them. They had stood with him through everything. Neville was next. Steadfast, loyal, and with his own reasons to question Dumbledore's methods. Luna, whose ability to see through deception had often unsettled Harry. Ginny, he paused. Their relationship had fizzled out years ago, but they remained friends. Still, her mother's devotion to Dumbledore was absolute. Could he trust her not to confide in Molly? McGonagall's name had been written and crossed out 3 times. As Dumbledore's deputy for decades, she must have known something. Or had she been deceived as thoroughly as Harry himself? The crack of apparition in the hallway jolted him from his thoughts. He tensed, wand slipping into his hand automatically, before recognizing Ron's familiar heavy tread. "Harry? You here, mate?" Ron called, his voice echoing in the gloomy hallway. "Kitchen," Harry called back, hastily folding the list and tucking it into his pocket. Ron appeared in the doorway, still in his aura robes, a worried frown on his freckled face. "There you are. Hermione said you've been off the grid for days. Everything all right?" Harry hesitated. He'd planned to wait, to think through exactly what to say. But Ron's concerned expression, free of any guile or agenda, made the words tumble out before he could stop them. "Dumbledore stole from me. From my family. For decades." Ron blinked, clearly not expecting this. He crossed to the cabinet, pulled out another glass, and sat down across from Harry. "That's quite a statement," he said carefully, pouring himself a measure of fire whiskey. "What exactly did he steal?" "Magic," Harry said bluntly. "My family's ancestral magic. Stored in the Potter vaults for generations." Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Bloody hell. You're serious?" "Dead serious," Harry confirmed, taking a long drink. "I hired goblins to investigate some discrepancies in my Gringotts statements. They found evidence that Dumbledore has been siphoning magical energy from my family vault since the night my parents died. Maybe even before." Ron looked stunned. But why would he, how could he stopped, gathering his thoughts. "Start from the beginning." Harry did, explaining everything from the quarterly statements to the visit to his family vault, the discovery of the siphoning device, and the Goblin's theories about Dumbledore's motives. Ron listened without interruption, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "So he used your blood," Ron finally said. "From your scar. To access your family magic." "That's what the Goblins believe," Harry nodded. "It explains a lot, doesn't it? Why he left me with the Dursleys instead of with Sirius or any wizarding family. Why he kept me in the dark about so much. Why he always seemed to know where I was and what I was doing." "Because he was literally connected to your magic," Ron murmured. "Merlin's beard, Harry. This is... I don't even have words. Do you believe me?" Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. The Weasleys had always revered Dumbledore. Ron looked offended. "Of course I believe you. When have you ever lied about something like this?" He took a swig of fire whiskey. "Besides, it fits a pattern, doesn't it? Dumbledore always played his cards close to his chest. Always had secrets. Always knew more than he let on." Relief flooded through Harry. "The Goblins are putting together a team to track where the magic went. They think it might lead to Hogwarts. And you're going with them," Ron guessed. "I am," Harry confirmed. "It's my family's magic. I need to see this through. Ron nodded, then asked the question Harry had been dreading, have you told Hermione yet? No, Harry admitted. I wasn't sure, you know how she felt about Dumbledore. Yeah, Ron sighed. But she feels more strongly about you. And about justice. He finished his drink and set the glass down with a decisive thunk. We should tell her together. Tonight. You don't think I'm letting you face this alone, do you? Ron looked almost insulted. This is what we do, Harry. One of us finds trouble, the others jump in. Been that way since we were 11. A lump formed in Harry's throat. Despite everything they'd been through, despite growing up and apart in some ways, Ron's loyalty remained unshakable. Thanks, he managed. Ron waved it away. Don't mention it. So, Hermione. She's working late at the ministry. Should we head over or wait for her here? Here, Harry decided. This isn't a conversation to have at the ministry. Too many ears. Good point. Ron stood. I'll send her a Patronus, tell her it's urgent but not dangerous. That should bring her without causing panic. As Ron conjured his terrier Patronus and sent it off with a message, Harry felt some of the weight lift from his shoulders. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. An hour later, Hermione arrived, looking harried and concerned. What's happened? She demanded as she entered the kitchen. Ron's message was cryptic at best. Sit down, Hermione, Harry said gently. We need to talk about Dumbledore. Her eyes darted between them, noting their serious expressions and the half-empty bottle of fire whiskey. You went to Gringotts, she guessed. You found something. More than something, Ron said grimly. Harry, show her. Harry withdrew the shrunken folder of documents the goblins had provided, copies of the evidence they'd uncovered. As Hermione examined them, her expression cycled through disbelief, shock, anger, and finally a deep, wounded betrayal that mirrored what Harry himself felt. This can't be right, she whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. Dumbledore wouldn't, he couldn't have. The evidence is pretty damning, love, Ron said quietly. Hermione looked up at Harry, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I'm so sorry, Harry. All those times I defended him, insisted you trust him. We all did, Harry said. He fooled everyone. Not everyone, Hermione corrected, her analytical mind already working despite her emotional distress. Snape never seemed to fully trust him, did he? And Aberforth, remember what he told us about Dumbledore's past? His ambitions? Power for the greater good, Harry recalled bitterly. I guess some ambitions never die. So what now? Hermione asked, straightening her shoulders. What's the plan? Harry explained about the Goblin team and his intention to join them. They're preparing now. We leave in about a week. We? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Harry and the Goblins, Ron clarified. But I was thinking, that we should go too, Hermione finished for him. Obviously. Harry shook his head. I can't ask you both to take time off work for this. The Goblin said it could take weeks, maybe longer. You're not asking, Ron said firmly. We're offering. Insisting, actually, Hermione added. Besides, this is bigger than just recovering your family magic, Harry. If Dumbledore was capable of this level of deception and theft, what else might he have done? Who else might he have harmed? The question hung in the air, uncomfortable but impossible to ignore. There's something else, Harry said reluctantly. The Goblins think Dumbledore might have distributed some of the magic to others. What others? Ron asked sharply. They don't know yet. But they mentioned long-lived wizards, people with more power than they should naturally have. Hermione's eyes widened. The Order members, she breathed. Some of them have lived extraordinarily long lives. Moody, McGonagall, Doge. We don't know anything for certain, Harry cautioned. But the goblins advised caution around anyone who was close to Dumbledore. Which is practically everyone we know, Ron muttered. Not everyone, Hermione corrected thoughtfully. Neville's grandmother never seemed particularly fond of Dumbledore. Luna and her father maintained an independent viewpoint. And there are others who kept their distance. A small circle, Harry observed. But a trustworthy one, Hermione insisted. Quality over quantity, Harry. And speaking of trust, what about Bill? As a cursebreaker, he might have insights the goblins don't. Ron shifted uncomfortably. I don't know, Hermione. I trust Bill with my life, but he's always spoken highly of Dumbledore. And he works for Gringotts. What if he feels obligated to report to his superiors? The goblins already know, Harry pointed out. They're leading the investigation. True, Ron acknowledged. And Bill's knowledge of curse-breaking could be invaluable. He made a decision. I'll sound him out, carefully. See where his loyalties lie before revealing too much. Good, Harry nodded. In the meantime, we should prepare. The goblins mentioned ritual cleansings before we can track the magic. I'm not entirely sure what that entails. I can research that, Hermione said immediately, her academic instincts kicking in despite the emotional turmoil. There are several forms of magical purification rituals, depending on what they're trying to cleanse. And I'll put in for leave at the Auror office, Ron added. Family emergency should cover it. No details needed. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friends. Thank you. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably something reckless and ill-advised, Hermione said with a faint smile. As usual. Speaking of reckless, Ron said, what about going public with this? The prophet would have a field day. Harry shook his head firmly. Not yet. The goblins were clear, if word gets out before we track the magic, whoever has it might move it or hide it more securely. We need the element of surprise. Agreed, Hermione said. But eventually, Harry, this will need to come out. Dumbledore's reputation aside, the wizarding public deserves to know if their greatest hero was compromised. One step at a time, Harry said. First, we find my family's magic. Then we reclaim it. After that, we'll see what's left of Dumbledore's legacy to expose. As his friends nodded in agreement, Harry felt a strange combination of dread and anticipation. For years, his life had been defined by others, by Voldemort's vendetta, by the prophecy, by Dumbledore's machinations. Now, for perhaps the first time, he was taking control of his own destiny. Whatever they discovered in the coming weeks, whatever truths emerged about Dumbledore and those who had followed him, Harry knew one thing for certain, he would no longer be the pawn in someone else's game. The week of preparation passed in a blur of activity. Hermione took leave from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, citing personal research, and buried herself in books about blood magic, family legacies, and magical tracking. Ron arranged an extended absence from the Auror office, telling his superiors only that it involved a sensitive family matter. Harry, meanwhile, spent most days at Gringotts, undergoing the ritual cleansings Sharpclaw had prescribed. These proved to be uncomfortable but fascinating procedures involving everything from bathing in potions that smelled of lightning and sea salt to meditation within circles of runic power. Your magical signature is unusually complex, Sharpclaw observed on the fifth day, as Harry emerged dripping from a bath of silver-flecked water. Most wizards show influences from their immediate magical ancestors, parents, grandparents. Yours contains echoes from much further back. The Peverils? Harry guessed, accepting the heated towel a younger goblin offered. Yes, but also others. Bloodlines thought extinct. The ancient goblin peered at him with her disconcerting pale eyes. It will make tracking your family magic both easier and more complicated. How so? Easier because the resonance is stronger, more distinctive. More complicated because it may lead us down unexpected paths. Harry had learned not to press when Sharpclaw became cryptic. The ancient goblin shared information in her own time, in her own way. On the 7th day, Harry arrived at Gringotts to find not only the goblin team waiting, but also Ron and Hermione, dressed for travel and carrying enchanted backpacks. "Mr. Potter," Nagnock greeted him formally, "your companions have undergone accelerated cleansing rituals and signed the necessary waivers. Cursebreaker Gornik has approved their participation." Gornik, standing nearby with an array of peculiar instruments laid out on a table, merely grunted. His scarred face revealed nothing of his thoughts on having 2 more humans join the expedition. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "They're the most trustworthy people I know." "Their loyalty to you is evident," Sharpclaw remarked. "A valuable quality in uncertain times." The ancient goblin had donned traveling robes of a deep, iridescent blue that shifted colors as she moved. Around her neck hung an amulet of tarnished silver, marked with symbols Harry didn't recognize. "Are we ready to begin?" he asked, eager to get started after a week of preparations. "Almost," Gornik said. "One final component is needed." He produced a small crystal vial. "Your blood, freely given, will activate the tracking matrix." Harry had become accustomed to the goblins' use of blood in their magic. Without hesitation, he accepted the ritual knife Gornik offered and made a small cut on his palm, allowing 7 drops to fall into the vial. Gornik added the blood to a shallow silver bowl containing what looked like liquid moonlight. The mixture swirled, then rose into the air, forming a spinning globe of silvery light veined with red. "The tracking focus," Sharpclaw explained. "It will lead us to your stolen magic, or at least, to the primary repository." "Primary?" Hermione questioned. "You believe there are multiple locations?" "After 30 years?" Nagnock said. "Almost certainly." Dumbledore was nothing if not cautious. He would have distributed the power, created redundancies. "Starting with the strongest signature is our best strategy," Gornik added, carefully transferring the floating globe into an ornate lantern. "And that signature leads to Scotland." "Hogwarts," Ron said grimly. "Just as you suspected." "Indeed," Sharpclaw nodded. "Though whether the castle itself is the repository, or merely the gateway to it, remains to be seen." Harry thought of the many secrets Hogwarts contained, the Chamber of Secrets, the Room of Requirement, the numerous hidden passages and concealed rooms. Any of them could hide Dumbledore's stolen treasure. "How will we enter?" he asked. "The terms in session. Students, staff. We will not enter through the main gates," Gornik said with the faintest hint of a smile. "Gringotts maintains certain, alternative routes, to locations of financial interest." "You have a secret entrance to Hogwarts?" Ron asked, impressed. "We have access points to many significant magical locations," Nagnock said diplomatically. "A precaution dating back to the Goblin rebellions." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. The existence of secret goblin tunnels into Hogwarts was exactly the kind of information that would have been useful during their school years. "And McGonagall? The other professors?" Hermione asked. "Shouldn't we inform them?" "Absolutely not," Gornik said firmly. "This investigation requires complete secrecy. The moment the current Hogwarts administration learns of our presence, our mission is compromised." "But surely McGonagall would want to help," Hermione insisted. "She cares about Harry." "She also served as Dumbledore's deputy for decades," Sharpclaw reminded her gently. "Her loyalty to him is well documented. We cannot risk alerting her until we know the full extent of her involvement, or lack thereof." Hermione looked troubled but didn't argue further. "The tracking lantern is ready," Gornik announced. "We should depart immediately. The connection is strongest when the moon is waxing." "How are we traveling?" Ron asked. "Apparition." "For the first leg," Nagnock confirmed. "To a Gringotts outpost in northern England." From there, we will use the tunnels. Harry took a deep breath, feeling a strange mix of anticipation and dread. He was about to discover just how deep Dumbledore's betrayal went, and perhaps learn uncomfortable truths about others he had trusted. "Let's go," he said simply. The Goblin team gathered their equipment while Ron and Hermione moved to stand beside Harry. Gornick approached with the lantern, which now glowed with a pulsing silver-red light. "Keep this close to you at all times," the Cursebreaker instructed, handing the lantern to Harry. "It is attuned to your blood and will react most strongly in your presence." As Harry's fingers closed around the lantern's handle, he felt a curious sensation, like a distant pull, a tugging somewhere behind his navel similar to a portkey but more subtle. The light within the lantern brightened, and the red veins pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "It recognizes you," Sharpclaw observed with satisfaction. "The tracking will be true." Gornick produced a length of rope. "Everyone take hold. This will transport us to the outpost." As they all grasped the rope, the 3 humans and 3 goblins forming a circle around their equipment, Harry felt the familiar wrenching sensation of portkey travel. The world dissolved into a swirl of color and sound, only to reform moments later in a dimly lit stone chamber. The Goblin outpost resembled a miniature version of Gringotts, with the same marble floors and ornate fixtures. Several goblins in what appeared to be military uniforms stood at attention, eyeing the newcomers with suspicious glances that softened slightly when they recognized Gornick and Nagnok. "This way," Sharpclaw directed, leading them toward a heavy iron door set into the far wall. "The entrance to the northern tunnel network lies below." As they descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever, the air grew cooler and damper. The walls changed from worked stone to rough-hewn rock, then to what appeared to be natural cavern walls glittering with mineral deposits. "The Goblin tunnels extend throughout Britain," Nagnok explained as they walked. "Some are natural formations we've enhanced, others were created through our own brand of magic. They allow us to move between significant magical locations without detection. Convenient for banking," Ron observed. "And for rebellions." Gornick shot him a sharp look that melted into a grudging smile. "Indeed, Mr. Weasley. Though we prefer to call them negotiations with extreme leverage." After what felt like hours of walking through increasingly narrow and winding passages, they reached what appeared to be a dead end. Gornick stepped forward and placed his palm against the blank stone wall, murmuring in gobbledygook. The stone rippled like water, then parted to reveal another tunnel beyond. "From here, we follow the lantern," Sharpclaw said. "Mr. Potter, if you would lead the way." Harry lifted the tracking lantern, which immediately pulled toward the newly revealed tunnel, the light within it pulsing more rapidly. "It's eager," Hermione observed. "Like its senses were getting closer." "Magic seeks to be whole," Sharpclaw said cryptically. "Especially blood-bound magic. It yearns to return to its rightful wielder." With the lantern guiding him, Harry led the group into the new tunnel. Unlike the previous passages, this one showed signs of ancient human construction. Weathered carvings on the walls depicted scenes Harry couldn't fully make out in the dim light. "We are beneath the Hogwarts grounds now," Gornick informed them after another hour of walking. "These tunnels predate the castle itself. They were built by the Druids who first recognized the magical significance of this location." Harry felt a shiver of recognition. The lantern was pulling more insistently now, and he could feel something beyond it, a resonance, a familiarity that called to him on a level deeper than conscious thought. "It's close," he murmured. "Whatever Dumbledore did with the magic, it's very close." The tunnel began to slope upward, and soon they reached another sealed entrance. This time, it was Sharpclaw who stepped forward to open the way, pressing not her palm but the silver amulet around her neck against the stone. The wall dissolved, revealing a small, circular chamber with a single stone pedestal in its center. The tracking lantern nearly jerked out of Harry's hand, pulling him forcefully toward the pedestal. Upon it sat what appeared to be a crystal orb about the size of a quaffle, glowing with a golden light that exactly matched the diminished column Harry had seen in his family vault. "There," Sharpclaw breathed. The primary repository. Harry approached slowly, the lantern growing almost too hot to hold as he neared the pedestal. The crystal orb pulsed in time with the lantern's light, as if greeting an old friend. "Is that, my family's magic?" Harry asked, his voice hushed. "Some of it," Gornick confirmed, circling the pedestal with a measuring device in hand. "A significant portion. Perhaps a third of what was taken." "But what is it doing here?" Ron asked. "We're under Hogwarts, but this doesn't look like any part of the castle I've ever seen." "Because it isn't part of the castle as you know it," Sharpclaw explained. "This chamber existed long before Hogwarts. It is one of the magical wellsprings that made this location attractive to the founders." "A wellspring?" Hermione repeated. "You mean a natural source of magic?" "Precisely," Nagnock nodded. "Britain has several such locations where magic bubbles up from the earth itself. Hogwarts was built atop one of the strongest." Harry stared at the crystal orb, mesmerized by its pulsing golden light. "So Dumbledore stored my family's magic here, at a natural magical source." "Why?" "Amplification," Gornick said grimly. "By combining your family magic with the natural wellspring, he could draw on both simultaneously. It would have multiplied his power exponentially. And explained his reputation as the most powerful wizard of the age," Hermione added, looking sick. "He wasn't just talented. He was augmented." Harry's fists clenched. Everything he believed about Dumbledore, his wisdom, his power, his seemingly innate understanding of magic, had been built on theft. On Harry's own stolen birthright. "Can we retrieve it?" he asked, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. Gornick and Sharpclaw exchanged glances. "Yes," the ancient goblin said cautiously. "But not without risk. The magic has been bound here for decades. It has, acclimated, to its surroundings. Removing it improperly could have unpredictable effects." "On the magic? Or on me?" Harry asked. "Both," Gornick admitted. "Family magic is an extension of yourself, Mr. Potter. When restored, it will not simply add to your power, it will transform your magical core in fundamental ways. You might experience surges of uncontrollable magic," Sharpclaw elaborated. "Memory flashes from ancestors. Changes in your innate magical affinities. The process must be handled with extreme care. And there's another concern," Nagnock added. "This chamber is connected to Hogwarts' magical infrastructure. Removing the orb could trigger alarms, or worse, destabilize some of the castle's older enchantments. So we need a plan," Hermione summarized. "A way to safely extract the magic without alerting the castle or harming Harry." "Precisely," Sharpclaw nodded. "And for that, we need time to study the binding spells Dumbledore used." She gestured to the pedestal, which Harry now noticed was covered in tiny runes. "These will tell us how the magic was secured and how it can be released." "How long?" Harry asked impatiently. "Hours, at least," Gornick said. "Possibly until dawn." Harry looked at the crystal orb, at his family's stolen legacy, and felt a profound sense of rightness mixed with burning anger. After 30 years, his birthright was within reach. A few more hours wouldn't matter. "Do whatever you need to do," he told the goblins. "Just make sure we can take it back safely." As the goblin team set up their equipment around the pedestal and began the painstaking process of analyzing the runes, Harry stepped back to join Ron and Hermione near the chamber entrance. "You okay, mate?" Ron asked quietly. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "It's right there, part of me that I never knew was missing. And Dumbledore just took it. Used it. All while looking me in the eye and telling me how special I was, how much I reminded him of my parents." "It's monstrous," Hermione agreed, her voice tight with anger. "To steal from a child, from an orphan who trusted him completely. The question is, why?" Ron mused. "Dumbledore was already powerful before your parents died. Why did he need more power? Voldemort, Harry suggested. He knew the prophecy. Maybe he thought he needed extra strength to defeat him if I failed. Or to control you if you succeeded, Hermione said darkly. Think about it, Harry. After Voldemort, you would have been the most famous, most beloved wizard in Britain. A potential rival to Dumbledore's influence. But he was dying anyway, Ron pointed out. The curse from the ring was killing him during our 6th year. He knew he wouldn't live to see the end of the war. Unless he had a contingency plan, Harry said slowly, a terrible suspicion forming. What if he found a way to survive? To continue influencing events even after his death? The three friends looked at each other, the possibility too disturbing to fully articulate. We need to see where the rest of the magic went, Hermione finally said. This is only part of what was stolen. Where's the rest? And who might be using it now, Ron added grimly. Before Harry could respond, Sharpclaw approached, her ancient face grave. We have deciphered the binding runes, she announced. And discovered something unexpected. The orb is not merely storing your family magic, Mr. Potter. It is actively channeling it. Channeling it where? Harry demanded. Upward, Gornick said, joining them. Into Hogwarts itself. But not to the castle's general wards as we first suspected. Then where? Hermione asked. Sharpclaw's pale eyes fixed on Harry. To the headmaster's office. Harry felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath him. But that would mean, yes, Nagnock confirmed from where he continued to work at the pedestal. Whoever currently occupies the headmaster's position is receiving a constant influx of Potter family magic. Whether they know it or not. McGonagall, Ron breathed. She's been headmistress since the war ended. And before her, Snape, Hermione added. And before him, Dumbledore himself. Harry's mind reeled. Had McGonagall known? Had Snape? Or were they unwitting beneficiaries of Dumbledore's theft? We need to confront her, he decided. Now. Before we do anything else. That would be unwise, Gornick cautioned. If she is complicit, and if she isn't, she deserves to know what's happening in her school, Harry countered. Besides, we can't just disconnect this orb without warning if it's feeding into the headmistress's magic. It could harm her. The goblins exchanged glances, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. Your concern for others does you credit, Mr. Potter, Sharpclaw finally said. But it introduces significant risk to our mission. I'll go alone, Harry offered. The rest of you can stay here, continue preparing to extract the orb. If anything goes wrong, if McGonagall reacts badly, you'll still be safe and able to complete the job. Not a chance, Ron said immediately. If you're confronting McGonagall, we're coming with you. Ron's right, Hermione added. We do this together or not at all. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's loyalty, even as he worried about putting them in danger. All right, together. But the goblins should remain here. No offense, he added quickly, but a group of armed goblins appearing in the headmistress's office might send the wrong message. Agreed, Nagnock said, looking relieved at not having to venture into the castle proper. But how will you reach the headmistress's office from here? These tunnels don't connect directly to the castle interior. They don't need to, Hermione said thoughtfully. The tracking lantern is still linked to the magic, isn't it? And the magic flows from here to the headmistress's office. We could follow that connection. Gornick looked impressed despite himself. Theoretically possible, he admitted. The magical conduit Dumbledore created would act as a path the lantern could trace. Then that's what we'll do, Harry decided. We'll follow the lantern to McGonagall, confront her about what's happening, and then return here to extract the orb. And if she resists? Sharpclaw asked quietly. Harry's expression hardened. Then we'll know she was part of Dumbledore's conspiracy all along. And we'll act accordingly. The ancient goblin studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. But take these. She removed 3 small stones from a pouch at her belt, handing one each to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Goblin made emergency port keys. If you find yourselves in danger, crush the stone in your hand and speak the word, sanctuary. It will return you here instantly. Thank you, Harry said, touched by the gesture. Don't thank me yet, Sharpclaw replied grimly. I still think this confrontation is premature. But if you insist on proceeding, at least you'll have an escape route. How do we follow the conduit? Hermione asked, tucking the stone into her pocket. Gornick approached with the tracking lantern, which he had modified slightly, attaching a thin silver chain to its handle. The chain will grow hot when you're near the path of the magic, he explained. Follow where it leads, but remember, once you enter the castle proper, you risk detection by its wards. We've had some practice at sneaking around Hogwarts, Ron said with a faint smile. So I've heard, Nagnock replied dryly. Nevertheless, exercise caution. The castle has changed since your student days. New defenses were added after the war. Harry took the lantern, feeling the now familiar pull toward the crystal orb, but also a secondary tug upward, toward where he knew the castle must be. We'll be back as soon as we can, he promised. With or without McGonagall's cooperation. We will continue our preparations in your absence, Sharpclaw assured him. By the time you return, we will be ready to extract the orb safely. With final nods to the Goblin team, Harry, Ron, and Hermione departed the chamber, following a narrow passage that branched off from the main tunnel. The tracking lantern pulled them forward, the silver chain growing warm in Harry's hand whenever they reached a junction, guiding their choice of path. I can't believe we're back at Hogwarts, Ron murmured as they climbed a steep staircase carved into the living rock. Though I never imagined we'd be breaking in rather than being invited. We're not breaking in, Hermione corrected automatically. Harry's the savior of the wizarding world. I'm sure McGonagall would have welcomed a visit if we'd asked. Except we're not exactly here for a friendly chat, are we? Harry pointed out. We're accusing her of either complicity in theft or being an unwitting beneficiary of stolen magic. Neither conversation starts well with, "Hello, Professor, lovely to see you again." Despite the tension, the familiar banter with his friends calmed Harry's nerves. Whatever they discovered, whatever confrontation awaited them, they would face it together, just as they always had. The passage grew narrower, the walls changing from natural stone to fitted masonry that Harry recognized as Hogwarts construction. The lantern's pull grew stronger, the chain almost hot enough to burn now. We must be getting close to the castle proper, Hermione whispered. The magic feels different here. More structured. Harry nodded, feeling it too, the distinctive atmosphere of Hogwarts, the layered enchantments that had always made the castle feel alive somehow. But now, with his newfound awareness, he could sense something else beneath the familiar magic, a current of power that felt oddly like looking in a mirror. His magic, reflected back at him. There, Ron said suddenly, pointing ahead to where the passage ended at what appeared to be a solid wall. Another barrier. As they approached, Harry noticed a small indentation in the wall, roughly the size and shape of a hand. Without thinking, he pressed his palm against it. The wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a small, dusty chamber beyond that Harry recognized immediately, one of Hogwarts' many secret rooms, this one located just off the third-floor corridor. I know where we are, he said quietly. We're not far from the headmistress's office. Maybe 5 minutes walk. If we don't encounter anyone, Hermione cautioned. It's the middle of the night, but prefects could be patrolling, or Filch, or we could use this, Ron suggested, pulling a shimmering length of fabric from his backpack with a triumphant grin. Nicked it from your desk drawer before we left, Harry. Thought it might come in handy. Harry stared at his invisibility cloak, his father's cloak, a halo, a Potter family heirloom that had been kept from him for years before Dumbledore had finally returned it. Ron, you're brilliant. I have my moments, Ron agreed modestly. The three of them huddled beneath the cloak, a tighter fit than in their school days but still manageable if they moved carefully. With the tracking lantern dimmed to a faint glow and held beneath the cloak, they stepped through the transparent wall into Hogwarts proper. The castle was quiet, the familiar stone corridors lit only by the occasional torch. They moved swiftly but cautiously, the lantern guiding them toward the headmistress's office. Twice they had to freeze and press against the wall as prefects passed, and once they narrowly avoided Mrs. Norris, who paused and sniffed suspiciously in their direction before continuing on her way. Finally, they reached the familiar gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmistress's office. Here they paused, uncertain. "We don't know the password," Hermione whispered. "We don't need it," Harry realized, lifting the lantern. The chain was now almost too hot to touch, vibrating with proximity to the magic it tracked. "The connection is right through here. The lantern can guide us." He stepped forward and touched the lantern to the gargoyle. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a grinding of stone, the guardian moved aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. "It recognized the Potter magic," Hermione breathed. "It's letting you reclaim what's yours." The three friends removed the cloak and climbed the stairs, the lantern now pulling so strongly that Harry had to fight to keep it from flying from his grasp. At the top, they found the office door ajar, a soft light spilling from within. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, then pushed the door open fully. Minerva McGonagall sat behind the massive desk, quill in hand, apparently in the midst of late-night paperwork. She looked up, startled, her surprise quickly shifting to wary welcome. "Potter? Weasley? Granger? What on earth are you doing here at this hour?" Her Scottish brogue was more pronounced, a sign of her fatigue or concern. Harry stepped into the office, the tracking lantern now practically straining towards something behind McGonagall, a cabinet, perhaps, or one of the many mysterious silver instruments that had filled the office in Dumbledore's day and apparently remained under his successor's tenure. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, Professor," Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. "But we've discovered something disturbing. Something about Dumbledore. About my family. About magic that was stolen from me and somehow connected to this office." McGonagall's face drained of color. She set down her quill with a hand that trembled slightly. "You know," she whispered. "After all these years, you've finally discovered it." Harry's heart sank. The calm acceptance in her voice, the lack of surprise, it could only mean one thing. "You knew," he said, his voice hollow with betrayal. "All this time, you knew what he'd done." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly, looking suddenly every one of her considerable years. "Sit down, all of you," she said quietly. "It's time you learned the truth about Albus Dumbledore. The whole truth." And as the tracking lantern continued to pull insistently toward whatever hidden repository contained the remains of the Potter family magic, Harry braced himself for yet another layer of betrayal from those he had once trusted implicitly. Chapter 2, The Headmaster's Shadow. The silence in the headmistress's office felt heavy enough to crush stone. Harry remained standing while Ron and Hermione slowly settled into chairs before McGonagall's desk. The tracking lantern tugged insistently in Harry's grip, pulling toward a tall, ornate cabinet behind the headmistress, the same cabinet that had housed Dumbledore's pensieve during Harry's school years. "How long have you known?" Harry asked, his voice dangerously quiet. McGonagall's eyes, usually sharp and clear, now looked clouded with something between guilt and resignation. "Not from the beginning," she said. "I discovered it during your 5th year, after Albus was briefly removed as headmaster." Harry's grip tightened on the lantern. 5 years. You've known for 10 years and said nothing." "I didn't understand the full extent of it then," McGonagall replied. "I still don't. But yes, I discovered irregularities when I temporarily assumed his position." "Irregularities," Ron repeated with undisguised scorn. "That's what you call theft and magical manipulation. Irregularities?" McGonagall's lips thinned. Mr. Weasley, I understand your anger, but please, I don't think you do understand, Hermione interrupted, her voice tight with restrained fury. Harry trusted Dumbledore completely. We all did. And now we find out he was stealing Harry's birthright for decades. While you stood by and said nothing, Harry added. The lantern was growing hot in his hands, responding to his rising emotions. Did he share it with you? Is that why you kept quiet? Did you get a portion of my family's power too? McGonagall flinched as if struck. I did not knowingly benefit from stolen magic, Potter. When I discovered the connection, I tried to sever it. I couldn't. Convenient, Ron muttered. It's the truth, McGonagall insisted. Whatever Albus did, he bound it to the office itself, not to the individual. When I became headmistress after the war, I felt it immediately, a surge of power that didn't belong to me. I've spent years trying to understand it, to contain it. Without ever thinking to inform me. Harry challenged. McGonagall's shoulders sagged. I should have. I know that now. But after everything you've been through, after all Albus had asked of you, I couldn't bring myself to tarnish your memory of him further. She looked up, meeting Harry's gaze directly. It was wrong of me. I was trying to protect you, but I see now I was protecting him instead. Harry wanted to maintain his anger, to hold on to the righteous fury that had propelled him this far. But there was something in McGonagall's expression, a genuine regret, a bone-deep weariness, that made him hesitate. Show me, he said finally. Show me where it is. Without further protest, McGonagall rose and moved to the cabinet that had drawn the lantern's attention. She tapped it with her wand in a complex pattern, murmuring words too low for the others to hear. The cabinet shimmered and transformed, its wooden exterior melting away to reveal a column of swirling golden light, identical to the one Harry had seen in his family vault, but fuller, stronger. This appeared the moment I became headmistress, McGonagall explained. I didn't know what it was at first. It took months of research to trace it to the Potter family. The lantern in Harry's hands lurched violently toward the column, nearly pulling free of his grip. The golden light responded, rippling with increased intensity as if recognizing its own. How does it work? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity temporarily overriding her anger. How could Dumbledore bind it to the office rather than himself? I believe he used the Hogwarts succession magic, McGonagall said. The castle has ancient enchantments that transfer authority from one headmaster to the next. Albus somehow intertwined Mr. Potter's family magic with that transfer ritual. So when he died, Harry began. The power flowed to Severus, McGonagall confirmed. And then to me. Neither of us asked for it. In fact, I believe Severus realized what it was even before I did. He left research notes, Snape knew. Harry interrupted, feeling another surge of betrayal. And he said nothing. Severus suspected, McGonagall corrected. His notes indicate he was investigating the source of the unexpected power he received upon taking office. I believe he intended to tell you once he confirmed his suspicions. But he died before he could, Hermione said softly. McGonagall nodded. Along with so many others. Harry approached the column of light, the lantern now vibrating so intensely he could barely hold it. This isn't all of it, he said. The goblins found another repository beneath the castle. And they believe there's more elsewhere. That doesn't surprise me, McGonagall admitted. Albus was too clever to keep everything in one location. But why? Ron demanded. Why steal from Harry's family in the first place? Dumbledore was already the most powerful wizard alive. McGonagall gestured for them to sit again. This time Harry complied, though he kept the lantern firmly in his grasp, its light pulsing in time with the golden column. What do you know about Albus's past? She asked. More than most, Harry replied. Aberforth told us about Grindelwald, about their sister Ariana. McGonagall nodded. Then you know Albus had ambitions beyond being a teacher, beyond even being chief warlock. In his youth, he dreamed of reshaping the wizarding world. For the greater good, Hermione quoted grimly. Yes. And while he rejected Grindelwald's methods, I don't think he ever fully abandoned that dream. McGonagall removed her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose wearily. After his defeat of Grindelwald, Albus could have become Minister for Magic. He could have taken any position of power. But he chose to remain at Hogwarts. Because he wanted to influence the next generation, Harry guessed. Partly, McGonagall agreed. But also because Hogwarts itself is a nexus of magical power. The castle sits atop one of Britain's strongest ley lines. The founders built here for a reason. And control of Hogwarts means control of that power, Hermione concluded. Precisely. But even that wasn't enough for what Albus envisioned. McGonagall replaced her glasses. When the prophecy came to light, the one about you, Mr. Potter, Albus saw more than just a potential end to Voldemort. He saw an opportunity. To steal my family's magic, Harry said flatly. To harness it, McGonagall corrected, though the distinction seemed meaningless to Harry. The Potter line is ancient, connected to the Peverils and other powerful families. Your ancestral magic, combined with the natural power of Hogwarts, would give Albus the strength to reshape our world after Voldemort's defeat. But he didn't live to see Voldemort defeated, Ron pointed out. No, McGonagall agreed. That's where his plan becomes even more disturbing. Harry leaned forward. What do you mean? I believe Albus never intended to die permanently, McGonagall said, her voice barely above a whisper. The research Severus uncovered, combined with notes I found hidden in this office, they suggest Albus was working on a form of magical transference far beyond anything previously attempted. You think he planned to come back? Hermione asked, looking horrified. Like a Horcrux? Not exactly, McGonagall shook her head. Albus abhorred soul magic. But magical essence, the core of a wizard's power, that can be preserved under certain conditions. Especially if it's already been augmented with ancestral magic from a powerful bloodline. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Are you saying Dumbledore is still here? In the castle? Not consciously, McGonagall assured him. At least, I don't believe so. But his magical essence, the pattern of his power? Yes, I think elements of that remain, bound to the headmaster's office and to the stolen Potter magic. That's why you couldn't break the connection, Hermione realized. It's not just tied to the office, it's integrated with Dumbledore's own magical signature. Exactly, McGonagall confirmed. I've felt his influence, at times. Particularly when making difficult decisions about the school. It's subtle, a nudge here, an insight there. For years I attributed it to his portrait's advice or my own familiarity with his thinking. Now I'm not so sure. Harry glanced at the portrait of Albus Dumbledore hanging behind McGonagall's desk. Unlike the other former headmasters, who were watching the conversation with undisguised interest, Dumbledore's portrait was empty, the painted chair sitting vacant. Where is he? Harry asked, nodding toward the empty frame. I don't know, McGonagall admitted. His portrait has been increasingly absent over the past few years. At first, he claimed to be visiting other portraits throughout the castle. Lately, he disappears for weeks at a time. That's not normal for a headmaster's portrait, is it? Ron asked. No, McGonagall said simply. It's not. Harry turned back to the column of golden light, his family's stolen magic. I need to take this back, he said. All of it. Not just for myself, but to break whatever hold Dumbledore still has on Hogwarts. I understand, McGonagall said. But you should know, removing this magic suddenly could have consequences for the castle. Albus integrated it deeply into Hogwarts' defenses. The goblins mentioned that, Hermione said. They've been working on a safe extraction method. Goblins? McGonagall raised an eyebrow. You've involved Gringotts in this matter? They're the ones who discovered the theft in the first place, Harry explained. A team led by Gornick and Sharpclaw has been helping me investigate. Recognition flickered in McGonagall's eyes. Senior Cursebreakers. You couldn't have found better allies. She hesitated, then added, I'd like to help, if you'll allow it. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. After a moment, Hermione gave a small nod. Why should we trust you? Harry asked bluntly. You kept this from me for years. I did, McGonagall acknowledged. And that was wrong. But I've spent those same years studying the magic, trying to understand how Albus manipulated it. That knowledge could be useful to you now. She has a point, Harry, Hermione said quietly. The more we understand about what Dumbledore did, the better our chances of reversing it safely. Harry studied McGonagall's face, looking for any sign of deception. He saw only weariness and regret, and beneath that, a steely determination that reminded him of the professor who had stood against Umbridge, who had evacuated students during the Battle of Hogwarts, who had always, in her own way, tried to protect those in her care. All right, he said finally. But I want full disclosure. Everything you know about what Dumbledore did, not just with my family's magic, but his other plans as well. Of course, McGonagall agreed immediately. I've kept these secrets far too long. Harry turned to the golden column again, the lantern in his hand still pulling insistently toward it. What's the connection between this and the repository beneath the castle? Why split the magic between two locations? Redundancy, perhaps, McGonagall suggested. Or different purposes. The magic here seems tied specifically to the headmaster's role. The other location might serve another function. We should rejoin the Goblin team, Hermione said. They've been studying the runes on the pedestal where the other portion is stored. Pedestal? McGonagall asked sharply. With runic inscriptions? Yes, Harry confirmed. In a chamber beneath the castle. The Goblin said it predates Hogwarts. McGonagall stood suddenly. I know that chamber. Or at least, I know of it. Albus mentioned it once, called it the Founder's Font. It's said to be where Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor first combined their magic to lay the cornerstone of Hogwarts. A place of magical convergence, Hermione breathed. The perfect location to store and channel stolen magic. We need to get back there, Harry decided. Professor, will you come with us? McGonagall nodded. Let me gather a few things first. She moved to her desk and withdrew several scrolls from a hidden drawer. Severus's notes, and my own research. They may help your goblin friends understand what we're facing. As McGonagall prepared, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, keeping his voice low. What do you think? Can we trust her? I want to, Hermione admitted. Everything she said aligns with what we've discovered so far. And her surprise seemed genuine when we mentioned the chamber beneath the castle. Plus, if she wanted to stop us, she could have raised the alarm already, Ron added. Called the other professors, contacted the ministry. Harry nodded slowly. All right. But let's stay alert. This is bigger than I expected, Dumbledore potentially living on through his magic. That's not something I was prepared for. None of us were, Hermione said grimly. But at least now we have a clearer picture of what we're dealing with. McGonagall rejoined them, a small bag over her shoulder containing the scrolls and several books. There's a passage from this office that will take us directly to the lower levels, she informed them. It will be faster than returning the way you came. Lead the way, Harry said, his voice neutral despite the mix of emotions churning inside him. McGonagall approached a seemingly ordinary section of wall behind her desk. She pressed her palm against the stone and whispered words that sounded ancient, neither Latin nor any language Harry recognized. The wall dissolved, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The headmaster's way, McGonagall explained. One of many secrets passed down from one head of Hogwarts to the next. Secrets Dumbledore used to his advantage, Harry observed bitterly. McGonagall didn't deny it. Albus exploited many of Hogwarts' ancient enchantments. I've spent years discovering just how extensively he modified them for his own purposes. They began their descent, McGonagall leading with her wand illuminated, followed by Harry with the tracking lantern, then Ron and Hermione. The staircase spiraled downward, much farther than seemed possible within the castle's architecture. We're passing through the regular levels of Hogwarts now, McGonagall informed them after several minutes of silent descent. Below the dungeons, below even the Chamber of Secrets. I didn't realize the castle extended so deep, Hermione remarked. Most don't, McGonagall said. These older passages aren't on any official plans of Hogwarts. They connect to places that existed long before the school itself. The air grew cooler and damper as they descended, reminiscent of the Goblin tunnels Harry, Ron, and Hermione had traversed earlier. Finally, the staircase ended at a simple stone archway. Beyond it, Harry could see the now familiar glitter of the ancient cavern walls. "We're close," he said, the tracking lantern pulling more insistently. "The chamber should be just ahead." They passed through the archway and found themselves in a tunnel that quickly connected with the one they had followed earlier. Within minutes, they reached the chamber where they had left the Goblin team. Gornick looked up sharply as they entered, his scarred face darkening at the sight of McGonagall. "You brought the headmistress," he said flatly. "Against our explicit advice." "She knows about the magic," Harry explained. "She's been studying it for years. And she wants to help." Sharpclaw fixed McGonagall with her unsettling pale gaze. "Did you know, headmistress? About the theft?" "Not initially," McGonagall admitted. "I discovered it after Albus was temporarily removed from Hogwarts during Mr. Potter's 5th year. By then, the damage was already done." "And yet you said nothing," Nagnock observed, his tone making the accusation clear. "A failure I deeply regret," McGonagall acknowledged. "But I've brought research that may help us understand what Albus did and how to safely reverse it." She removed the scrolls from her bag and offered them to Sharpclaw. "These contain Severus Snape's observations about the magical anomalies he discovered as headmaster, along with my own findings." Sharpclaw accepted the scrolls with cautious interest. "This may indeed prove useful," she conceded after scanning the first one briefly. "What progress have you made?" Harry asked, turning to Gornick. The Cursebreaker gestured to the crystal orb atop the pedestal, which now sat within a complex arrangement of silver instruments and runic circles inscribed on the floor around it. "We've mapped the binding enchantments. They're sophisticated, multiple layers of protection designed to prevent exactly what we're attempting." "But you can break them?" Harry pressed. "Given time, yes," Gornick confirmed. "But there's a complication we didn't anticipate. The magic in this orb is linked to the portion in the headmistress's office. Attempting to remove one without addressing the other could cause an energetic reaction." "An explosion, he means," Nagnock clarified bluntly. "Magical feedback on a potentially catastrophic scale." "That aligns with my findings," McGonagall said, joining them at the pedestal. "Albus created a balanced system between multiple repositories. Disrupting one affects them all. Then we need to extract them simultaneously," Harry concluded. "Or at least, coordinate the extraction." "Precisely," Sharpclaw nodded. "Which is why the headmistress's cooperation may prove fortunate after all. We need access to both locations." "There's more to consider," McGonagall added, examining the runes on the pedestal with a critical eye. "This magic has been integrated into Hogwarts defenses for decades. Removing it suddenly could leave vulnerabilities." "That's Dumbledore's problem, not mine," Harry said coldly. "He had no right to use my family's magic to power Hogwarts." "I agree," McGonagall said, surprising him. "But I'm thinking of the students currently sleeping above us. If the castle's protections fail suddenly, they could be at risk." Harry's anger faltered. As always, the thought of putting innocent students in danger cooled his desire for immediate action. What do you suggest? A phased extraction, McGonagall proposed. Gradually transferring the magic back to you while simultaneously strengthening Hogwarts' natural defenses to compensate. That would take considerably longer, Gornick warned. Days, perhaps weeks. And increase the risk of discovery, Nagnok added. The longer we remain, the more likely someone notices our presence. Not necessarily, Hermione interjected, her expression thoughtful. If Professor McGonagall officially sanctions our presence, we could work openly, at least within Hogwarts. As what? Ron asked skeptically. Can't exactly announce we're here to expose Dumbledore as a thief, can we? No, Hermione agreed. But we could be conducting a survey of Hogwarts historical magic. A research project to document and preserve the castle's ancient enchantments. That could work, McGonagall nodded. Many such studies have been conducted over the centuries. It wouldn't raise undue suspicion. Harry wasn't entirely convinced. What about the Order members? People who were close to Dumbledore. Won't they be suspicious if we're suddenly poking around Hogwarts magic? They might, McGonagall acknowledged. But most no longer reside at Hogwarts. Flitwick is the only current professor who was close enough to Albus to potentially recognize what we're doing. And the others? Harry pressed. The ones who don't live here. Dumbledore had a wide network of supporters. McGonagall hesitated. Some might have concerns. Particularly if they benefited from Albus's arrangements. The implication hung in the air, uncomfortable but impossible to ignore. You think he shared my family's magic with others, Harry said flatly. Don't you? I suspect he may have, McGonagall admitted. Certain members of the Order demonstrated unusual magical resilience or unexpected abilities during the wars. At the time, I attributed it to Albus's exceptional leadership and training. But now you think they were magically enhanced, Hermione concluded. Using Harry's stolen family power. It would explain certain anomalies, McGonagall said carefully. Though I have no proof. Harry felt sick. The betrayal expanded with every new revelation, not just Dumbledore, but potentially an entire network of witches and wizards who had benefited from the theft of his birthright. We need to find out who, he said grimly. All of them. In time, Sharpclaw cautioned. First, we must secure the magic already discovered. These two repositories represent significant portions of your family's power, Mr. Potter. Recovering them should be our priority. I agree, Gornick said. But the headmistress's proposal has merit. A phased extraction would be safer, for the castle and for Mr. Potter himself. Harry frowned. What do you mean, safer for me? Family magic is not ordinary power, Sharpclaw explained. It carries the imprint of your ancestors. Their knowledge, their talents, their experiences. Absorbing too much too quickly could overwhelm your magical core, perhaps even your consciousness. Are you saying I could be possessed by my own ancestors? Harry asked incredulously. Not possessed, Sharpclaw corrected. But influenced, certainly. The magic will seek to reintegrate with your core in ways that align with the Potter bloodline's natural affinities. That process takes time if done properly. How much time? Harry demanded. The goblins exchanged glances with McGonagall. For a controlled, safe reintegration. Sharpclaw said. 3 full days and nights, minimum. Ideally, corresponding to the lunar cycle, beginning with the full moon, which is 4 nights from now. Harry's frustration mounted. That's too long. What if Dumbledore has other safeguards we haven't discovered? What if someone loyal to him realizes what we're doing and tries to stop us? These are legitimate concerns, McGonagall acknowledged. But rushing could be equally dangerous. Perhaps a compromise is possible. What sort of compromise? Nagnok asked warily. We begin immediately with preparations for the full extraction, McGonagall proposed. Simultaneously, we transfer a small portion of the magic back to Mr. Potter, enough to strengthen his connection to his family legacy, but not so much as to risk overwhelming him. A taste of what's to come, Gornick mused. It could work. A partial transfer might also help us better understand the binding enchantments from both sides. And it would give Harry some protection if Dumbledore's allies do try to interfere, Ron added. Harry considered the suggestion. He hated the thought of further delays, but the warnings about overwhelming his magical core couldn't be ignored. After all, what good would reclaiming his birthright be if it damaged him in the process? All right, he said finally. We'll do it your way. A small transfer now, full extraction on the full moon. But I want to use these next 4 days to find out who else might have received portions of my family's magic. I won't leave any of it in Dumbledore's network. A reasonable approach, Sharpclaw approved. We will need access to the Hogwarts records. If Dumbledore distributed your family magic to others, he would have needed to create connections similar to the one binding it to the headmaster's office. And those connections would leave traces, Hermione realized. Magical signatures that could be tracked. Precisely, Sharpclaw nodded. With the headmistress's cooperation, we can search for these signatures throughout the castle. You have my full support, McGonagall assured them. Whatever resources Hogwarts can provide are at your disposal. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, surprising himself with the sincerity in his voice. Despite her past silence, McGonagall seemed genuinely committed to helping him now. There's one more thing to consider, Gornick said gravely. If Dumbledore truly found a way to preserve his magical essence beyond death, as the headmistress suggests, we may be facing more than just the technical challenge of extracting the Potter magic. What do you mean? Ron asked. He means Dumbledore might fight back, Hermione answered, her expression troubled. In some form. That is my concern, Gornick confirmed. These magical arrangements weren't created to be undone. There may be defenses. Harry thought of the protections around the Philosopher's Stone, the enchantments guarding the Horcruxes. Dumbledore had always excelled at security measures that targeted specific threats. Then we need to be prepared, he said firmly. For whatever Dumbledore might have left behind to stop someone like me. Which brings us to the immediate task, Sharpclaw said, returning to practicalities. The partial transfer of magic. It should be done at midnight, the hour when magical boundaries are most permeable. Harry glanced at his watch. That's less than 2 hours from now. Just enough time to prepare, Gornick said, already turning to his instruments. We'll need samples of your blood for the ritual, Mr. Potter. 7 drops, freely given. And I'll need to prepare the office, McGonagall added. The second repository must be ready to release a controlled amount of magic simultaneously with this one. I'll go with you, Hermione offered. To help with the preparations. McGonagall nodded gratefully. Your expertise would be most welcome, Miss Granger. Your understanding of magical theory always was exceptional. I'll stay here with Harry, Ron decided. Keep an eye on things. Very well, McGonagall said. We'll return before midnight. And Mr. Potter? Her expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, I am truly sorry for my silence. I should have trusted you with the truth long ago. Harry's response died in his throat as the tracking lantern suddenly flared with blinding intensity. The crystal orb on the pedestal responded with a matching pulse, and a low vibration rumbled through the chamber. What's happening? Harry demanded, struggling to keep hold of the lantern. Gornick moved swiftly to the pedestal, his instruments registering readings that made his scarred face darken with concern. The magic is reacting to something. Becoming more active. Another pulse, stronger this time, sent ripples through the air. The runes inscribed around the pedestal began to glow with an angry red light. It's the binding enchantments, Sharpclaw said urgently. They're activating defensive measures. But why now? Hermione asked. What triggered them? The answer came from an unexpected source. A new voice, familiar yet distorted, echoed through the chamber. Did you think I wouldn't notice intruders in my sanctum? Everyone froze. The voice, though warped and ethereal, was unmistakable. Dumbledore, Harry breathed. The golden light within the crystal orb swirled faster, coalescing into a vague shape, the suggestion of a face, ancient and bearded, with the faintest hint of twinkling eyes that now held no warmth. Harry, my boy, the voice said, the familiar grandfatherly tone now laced with something cold. Always so curious. Always poking into matters beyond your understanding. This is my family's magic, Harry said, stepping forward despite Ron's warning hand on his arm. You stole it. I've come to take it back. A sound like distant, humorless laughter filled the chamber. Stole. I preserved it. Protected it. Your parents could never have wielded the Potter legacy to its full potential. They were too conventional in their thinking. That wasn't your decision to make, Harry snapped. It was their heritage, and mine. And what would you have done with it, Harry? The voice asked. Squandered it on an ordinary life? Wasted it on trivial concerns? I used it to reshape our world. To prepare for threats you cannot imagine. Threats? McGonagall interrupted, her voice sharp. What threats, Albus? You never spoke of any beyond Voldemort. The ghostly face turned toward McGonagall, its expression hardening. Minerva. I'm disappointed. I thought you, of all people, understood the importance of my work. I understood you to be a man of integrity, McGonagall replied coldly. Clearly, I was mistaken. The chamber trembled again, dust falling from the ceiling as the entity's anger manifested physically. You are meddling with forces you cannot comprehend. The Potter magic is now integral to systems that protect our entire society. Remove it, and you risk catastrophe. You mean, remove it and you lose your power, Harry countered. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Even in death, you couldn't let go of control. The face in the orb distorted, the golden light flaring with increasing intensity. You always were short-sighted, Harry. Just like your father. So much potential, so little vision. Harry felt a surge of anger at the insult to his father, but forced himself to remain calm. This, whatever it was, wasn't really Dumbledore. Not entirely. It was some magical echo, a remnant preserved through complex enchantments and fueled by Harry's own family magic. Whatever you are, Harry said firmly, you're using power that doesn't belong to you. And I'm taking it back. You will try, the voice acknowledged, growing fainter as the face began to dissolve back into formless light. But remember, Harry, I prepared for this possibility. I prepared for everything. With those ominous words, the manifestation vanished. The crystal orb returned to its previous state, though the golden light within it now pulsed more rapidly, like a heartbeat accelerated by fear or anger. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Gornick broke the silence, his gruff voice unnaturally subdued. That was not a normal portrait enchantment. Nor a ghost. That was something different. A magical impression, Sharpclaw said, her ancient face grim. Dumbledore found a way to imprint his consciousness into the stolen magic itself. Not his soul, that would be dark magic beyond even his ambition, but his personality, his knowledge, his will. Can he, stop us? Ron asked. He can certainly complicate matters, Nagnock replied. If that manifestation has access to Dumbledore's knowledge and magical skill, it could activate defenses we haven't yet discovered. Then we need to accelerate our timeline, Harry decided. The partial transfer tonight, as planned. But we move up the full extraction. I'm not waiting until the full moon. That would be extremely dangerous, Sharpclaw cautioned. Both to you and to Hogwarts. More dangerous than leaving an imprint of Dumbledore in control of my family's power. Harry challenged. He just told us he's been using it for purposes beyond what anyone knew. Who knows what else he's done with it? McGonagall looked shaken. I knew Albus had contingency plans, but this goes beyond anything I imagined. To preserve his consciousness in such a manner. It explains the behavior of his portrait, Hermione said. Why it's often absent. The true imprint of Dumbledore isn't in the painting at all, it's in the magic he stole. We should proceed with tonight's ritual, Gornick advised. A partial transfer will at least give Mr. Potter a stronger connection to his family magic, making it harder for the Dumbledore impression to maintain control. Agreed, Sharpclaw nodded. And we should accelerate our search for other repositories. If Dumbledore distributed portions of the Potter magic to his allies, those connections may now be activated as well. The implications weren't lost on anyone. If Dumbledore's magical imprint could manifest here, it might be able to communicate with those who had received portions of the stolen magic, warning them, perhaps even directing them against Harry's efforts. We need to make a list, Harry said decisively. Everyone who was especially close to Dumbledore. Everyone who demonstrated unusual magical abilities during the wars. Everyone who's lived longer than normal wizarding lifespans. I can help with that, McGonagall offered. I knew most of Albus's inner circle. And I'll check the Hogwarts staff records, Hermione added. If any current professors have received portions of the magic, there might be patterns in their employment histories. Ron turned to the Goblin team. What can we do to protect against whatever defenses Dumbledore might activate? Gornick considered the question. Containment wards would be prudent. Around both repositories, to prevent the magic from being moved or further distributed. I can assist with those, McGonagall said. Hogwarts' own defensive magic can be temporarily redirected to secure the headmaster's office. Good, Harry nodded. The rest of us will prepare for tonight's ritual. He looked at the crystal orb, still pulsing with his family's stolen magic. Dumbledore may think he's prepared for everything, but he wasn't prepared for me to learn the truth. And now that I have, I won't stop until every spark of my family's power is returned where it belongs. As they scattered to their various tasks, Harry remained beside the pedestal, the tracking lantern still gripped tightly in his hand. He stared at the crystal orb, wondering if the imprint of Dumbledore was watching him even now. I trusted you, he said softly to the swirling golden light. We all did. And you betrayed that trust in the worst possible way. The orb gave no response, but Harry didn't need one. He knew, with bone-deep certainty, that the man he had revered, the wizard who had shaped his life from the shadows, had never deserved his admiration. And he would make sure the world knew it. Midnight approached with tense anticipation. The chamber beneath Hogwarts had been transformed with an array of runic circles, silver instruments, and crystalline structures that would channel and control the partial transfer of magic. Harry stood at the center of the primary circle, the tracking lantern at his feet, its light pulsing in perfect synchronization with his heartbeat. McGonagall and Hermione had returned from the headmistress's office, reporting that similar preparations had been completed there. The two repositories were now magically linked, ready to release carefully measured portions of the Potter family magic simultaneously. The containment wards are in place, McGonagall informed them. Both here and in my office. If the Dumbledore imprint attempts to move the magic elsewhere, we'll know immediately. Any sign of further manifestation? Gornick asked. None, Hermione replied. Though the magic seemed aware of what we were doing. The column in the office pulsed whenever we approached it. It's responding to intent, Sharpclaw explained. The magic itself isn't sentient, but the imprint Dumbledore left within it can sense threats to its continued existence. Harry shifted uncomfortably within the runic circle. He wore only a simple robe of undyed cotton, as Sharpclaw had instructed. 7 small cuts marked his palms, each placed precisely according to ancient goblin ritual. Are you ready, Mr. Potter? The ancient goblin asked, taking her position at the edge of the circle. Harry nodded, his mouth dry. What should I expect? The magic will seek to return to you through the blood connection, Sharpclaw explained. You may experience intense sensations, heat, cold, perhaps visions of your ancestors. Do not resist these experiences. Allow the magic to reintegrate naturally. And if something goes wrong? Ron asked from where he stood with Hermione, just outside the ritual space. We will terminate the transfer immediately, Gornick assured him. Mr. Potter will not be at risk of permanent harm during this partial restoration. Despite the goblin's confidence, Harry noticed Ron and Hermione exchange worried glances. He couldn't blame them. After Dumbledore's manifestation, everyone was on edge. It's time, Nagnock announced, consulting an elaborate astronomical device. The alignment is optimal. Gornick and Sharpclaw took their positions around the circle, joined by 2 additional goblins who had arrived with specialized equipment. McGonagall stood before the crystal orb, her wand raised, ready to coordinate the release of magic from both repositories. Begin the invocation, Sharpclaw instructed. Gornick lifted a silver rod inscribed with runes and touched it to the edge of the circle. By right of blood and birth, we call upon the magic of the House of Potter, he intoned in gobbledygook, the harsh syllables echoing in the chamber. Return to your rightful heir. Reclaim your proper vessel. The runes surrounding Harry began to glow with a soft blue light. He felt a tingling sensation in his palms where the ritual cuts had been made, a warmth that spread slowly up his arms. Sharpclaw joined the invocation, her melodic voice contrasting with Gornick's gruff tones. Magic bound against its nature, power taken without consent, hear our call and remember your true allegiance. The crystal orb on the pedestal flared brightly, the golden light within it swirling faster. McGonagall raised her wand higher, her voice clear and strong. As current guardian of the stolen power, I willingly release this portion to its rightful owner. May it restore what was wrongfully taken. A thin stream of golden light emerged from the orb, hovering in the air before McGonagall. Through their magical connection, Harry knew an identical stream had formed in the headmistress's office. Extend your hands, Mr. Potter, Sharpclaw instructed. Palm up, accepting the return. Harry did as directed, raising his hands before him. The ritual cuts tingled more intensely, small droplets of blood welling up despite having been made hours earlier. Blood of the Potters, recognize your heritage, Gornick called. Magic of the Potters, recognize your vessel. The stream of golden light surged forward, dividing into 2 tendrils that reached for Harry's outstretched hands. As they touched the blood in his palms, Harry gasped. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a rush of power, yes, but also a flood of impressions, emotions, and fragments of memory not his own. A man with his same unruly hair, laughing as he demonstrated a complex charm to a circle of attentive students. A woman with fierce eyes raising a staff to protect a village from invading forces, her magic creating a shield that shimmered like liquid gold. A craftsman hunched over a workbench, infusing a cloak with enchantments so intricate they seemed to form a living tapestry of magic. Ancestors, Harry whispered, understanding washing over him. I'm seeing my ancestors. The golden tendrils spiraled up his arms, sinking beneath his skin where they left trails of light that slowly faded. The warmth intensified, spreading throughout his body until he felt as though he might glow from within. Accept what is yours, Sharpclaw encouraged. Welcome it home. Harry closed his eyes, opening himself to the influx of magic and memory. It was overwhelming yet somehow familiar, like reuniting with a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. The power flowed into his magical core, expanding it, reshaping it in subtle ways that felt simultaneously foreign and perfectly natural. The process continued for what seemed like hours but was likely only minutes. When the flow finally ceased, Harry opened his eyes to find the runic circle dim once more, the ritual complete. He felt different. Stronger, certainly, but also more grounded, more connected to something larger than himself. How do you feel, Mr. Potter? Sharpclaw asked, her pale eyes studying him intently. Full, Harry said, the word inadequate but the only one he could find. Like a puzzle piece I didn't know was missing has been put back in place. The transfer was successful, Gornick confirmed, examining his instruments. Approximately 10% of your family magic has been restored. Only 10%. Harry was surprised, it felt like so much more. A safe initial amount, Sharpclaw explained. Your magical core needs time to adjust before we attempt the full restoration. Harry stepped out of the ritual circle, feeling strangely buoyant. The familiar weight of his magic had changed, not heavier, exactly, but more substantial somehow. Did it work properly? Hermione asked anxiously. You look different. I feel different, Harry admitted. But in a good way. Like I've been walking around with muffled hearing and suddenly everything's clear. Ron approached, studying him with a critical eye. Your eyes are brighter, he observed. More green than before, if that's possible. McGonagall rejoined them, looking slightly drained but satisfied. The headmaster's office repository released its portion without resistance. The containment wards held perfectly. No sign of Dumbledore's imprint? Harry asked. None, McGonagall confirmed. Though the magic seemed reluctant to depart. Nagnock approached with a small mirror. You should see the physical changes, Mr. Potter. They're subtle but significant. Harry accepted the mirror and examined his reflection. Ron was right, his eyes were more vibrantly green, almost luminous in the dim light of the chamber. His features seemed subtly sharper, more defined. And there was an indefinable quality to his presence that hadn't been there before, a sense of contained power that reminded him, uncomfortably, of how Dumbledore himself had sometimes appeared. The Potter bloodline traits are asserting themselves, Sharpclaw explained, noting his reaction. As more magic returns, you'll find yourself resembling your magical ancestors more strongly. Not just in appearance, Gornick added. In magical affinities as well. Talents that have lain dormant may awaken. What talents? Harry asked, both curious and slightly apprehensive. That remains to be seen, Sharpclaw said. The Potter line was known for excellence in transfiguration and defensive magic. But with blood from the Peverell line and others, there may be additional gifts. The possibilities were both exciting and intimidating. Harry had always defined his magical identity in relation to others, his mother's sacrifice, his father's talents, Voldemort's inadvertent influence. The thought of discovering abilities that were uniquely his, inherited from generations of Potters, was strangely liberating. What's our next step? He asked, returning the mirror to Nagnock. Rest, Sharpclaw said firmly. Your body and magic need time to adjust to what you've received. Tomorrow, we begin tracking other possible repositories. And compiling that list of Dumbledore's closest allies, Hermione added. I've already started researching unusual longevity and power surges among known Order members. I've provided quarters for all of you near my office, McGonagall offered. Under the guise of visiting researchers, as Miss Granger suggested. You'll have access to the Hogwarts records and freedom to move about the castle without raising suspicions. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. He glanced at the crystal orb, its golden light still pulsing but noticeably dimmer after the partial transfer. What about security here? If Dumbledore's imprint manifests again. We've strengthened the containment wards, Gornick assured him. And 2 of our team will remain on guard at all times. The magic is secure for now. Harry nodded, satisfied. Despite his eagerness to continue, he could feel fatigue settling into his bones, not just physical exhaustion, but the deeper weariness that came from magical exertion. All right. We'll resume tomorrow. He turned to McGonagall. Lead the way, Professor. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry cast one last look at the crystal orb. For a brief moment, he thought he saw the golden light swirl into a pattern, the suggestion of twinkling eyes, watching him with calculated interest. But when he looked more closely, it was just formless energy once more. Still, as they ascended toward the castle, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore, or whatever remained of him, was far from done with them. The manifestation had warned that he'd prepared for this possibility. What other safeguards might be waiting to activate? What other secrets might be revealed? And most concerning of all, who among those Harry had trusted might actually be extensions of Dumbledore's will, enhanced by Harry's own stolen birthright? The answer began to emerge the very next morning. Harry woke in the guest quarters McGonagall had provided, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The room was comfortable but distinctly Hogwarts: stone walls, a four-poster bed, magical lamps that lit at his stirring. For a disorienting moment, he felt like a student again. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back, along with the awareness of the newly restored magic flowing through him. He sat up, instinctively reaching for his wand on the bedside table. As his fingers closed around it, a shower of golden sparks erupted from its tip, far more intense than normal, cascading across the bed in a display of raw magical energy. "Whoa," Harry murmured, examining his wand with newfound caution. The connection between wizard and wand had always been intimate, but now it felt almost alive, eager to channel the enhanced power flowing through his core. A knock at the door interrupted his examination. "Harry? You awake?" Ron's voice called. "Come in," Harry replied, setting his wand down carefully. Ron entered, already dressed and looking uncharacteristically alert for the early hour. "Hermione's been up half the night," he announced without preamble. "She found something. Several somethings, actually." Harry swung his legs over the edge of the bed. "What kind of somethings?" "Patterns," Ron said, his expression serious. "People whose magical abilities suddenly improved after spending time with Dumbledore. People who survived injuries that should have been fatal. People who aged more slowly than they should have. The recipients of my family magic," Harry concluded grimly. "How many?" 14 confirmed, another 20 suspected." Ron handed over a roll of parchment. "Hermione's narrowed down the most likely candidates based on multiple factors." Harry unrolled the parchment to find a list of names, some familiar, others less so. Each entry included notes about the person's relationship to Dumbledore, their magical specialties, and observed anomalies. His stomach clenched as he read the top entries. Alastair, mad-eyed moody, exceptional magical resilience, survived multiple attacks that should have been fatal. Unusual longevity despite high-risk career. Close Dumbledore ally for over 60 years. Elphia's Doge, childhood friend of Dumbledore. Magically unremarkable in youth according to school records, but later demonstrated significant political influence and unexplained longevity, currently 151 years old. Consistently defended Dumbledore through all controversies. Kingsley Shacklebolt, rapid rise through Auror ranks after joining Order. Demonstrated magical abilities far beyond prior performance records after direct mentoring from Dumbledore. Became minister after war despite limited political experience. The list continued, including both living and deceased Order members, several Hogwarts professors, and even a few ministry officials who had been close to Dumbledore. "Kingsley?" Harry said, shocked to see the current Minister of Magic on the list. "Are you sure?" "Hermione found his Auror training records," Ron said uncomfortably. "His magical power measurements nearly doubled after he joined the Order." "That's not normal, Harry. Magical ability doesn't suddenly spike like that in adulthood without some external factor." Harry continued reading, his dismay growing with each name. People he had trusted, admired, fought alongside, had they known they were benefiting from his stolen family magic? Or were they unwitting recipients, like McGonagall claimed to be? "This can't be right," he said, though without conviction. "Some of these people are heroes. They fought against Voldemort, risked their lives. With magically enhanced abilities," Ron pointed out quietly. "Look, I don't want to believe it either. But the evidence is there." Harry reached the end of the list and froze, his blood running cold. The final entry read, "Molly Weasley, née Pruitt, demonstrated exceptional combat magic during Battle of Hogwarts, defeated Bellatrix Lestrange. No prior record of dueling proficiency. Direct recipient of special training from Dumbledore during First Wizarding War after deaths of brothers Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Harry looked up at Ron, who met his gaze with a mixture of pain and determination. You saw it too, Ron said quietly. Ron, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. Ron shook his head. Nothing to say, is there? If Dumbledore gave my mum some of your family's magic, well, that explains a few things that never made sense. Like how a house witch with no combat experience suddenly took down Voldemort's most feared lieutenant. The implications were staggering. If even the Weasleys, the family most devoted to the light, the family that had taken Harry in as one of their own, had benefited from Dumbledore's theft, how far did the corruption extend? Does Hermione have any way to confirm these suspicions? Harry asked, re-rolling the parchment. Besides circumstantial evidence. That's what she's working on now, Ron replied. She thinks the tracking lantern might be modified to detect traces of Potter magic in living wizards, the same way it found the repositories in the castle. Harry dressed quickly, his mind racing. The list of names represented some of the most influential figures in Wizarding Britain, people whose support had been crucial in both wars against Voldemort. If they had all been magically enhanced by Dumbledore, it raised disturbing questions about how much of the Light's victory had been engineered through stolen power. Where's Hermione now? He asked as they left the guest quarters. Library, Ron said, with a wry smile that didn't reach his eyes. Some things never change. The familiar corridors of Hogwarts felt simultaneously comforting and oppressive as they made their way toward the library. Students hurried past, some giving Harry curious or awestruck glances despite McGonagall's efforts to keep their presence low-key. News traveled fast at Hogwarts, it always had. They found Hermione at a table in a secluded corner of the library, surrounded by stacks of books and scrolls. The tracking lantern sat beside her, partially disassembled, as she consulted an ancient-looking tome. Harry, she looked up as they approached, her eyes bright with the fervor of research despite the shadows beneath them. How are you feeling after the ritual? Different, Harry admitted, taking a seat across from her. Stronger. But also, unsettled. Ron showed me your list. Hermione's expression sobered. It's preliminary, she cautioned. Based on records and observations rather than magical confirmation. But the patterns are too consistent to ignore. Including my mum, Ron said flatly, dropping into the chair beside Harry. I'm sorry, Ron, Hermione said softly. I almost didn't include her, but the evidence is there, Ron finished for her. I get it. Better to know the truth, however ugly. Harry studied the disassembled tracking lantern. Ron said you might be able to modify this to detect my family magic in living people. Theoretically, Hermione confirmed. The principle is the same, tracking magical signatures through resonance with your blood. But it's more complex with living subjects because their own magic will interfere with the detection. How soon could it be ready? Harry asked. That's what I'm working on now, Hermione gestured to the ancient tome. This is a Goblin treatise on magical signature identification. Sharpclaw lent it to me. According to this, we'd need to adjust the focal crystal and create a more refined blood catalyst. Harry glanced around the library, suddenly conscious of potential observers. We should continue this discussion somewhere more private. Is Gornick still in the chamber below? Hermione nodded. The Goblin team is maintaining shifts. Gornick and Nagnok are there now, while Sharpclaw is examining the repository in McGonagall's office. Let's join them, Harry decided. The sooner we confirm who has portions of my family magic, the sooner we can reclaim it all. As they gathered Hermione's research materials, a shadow fell across their table. Harry looked up to see Phileas Flitwick, the diminutive charms professor, regarding them with undisguised curiosity. Mr. Potter, Flitwick squeaked. What an unexpected pleasure. Minerva mentioned you were visiting for a research project, but she was rather vague about the details. Harry exchanged quick glances with Ron and Hermione. Flitwick had been a loyal Order member and was among Dumbledore's trusted circle. His name appeared on Hermione's list of suspected recipients. "Professor Flitwick," Harry greeted him, keeping his tone casual. "Yes, we're conducting research on Hogwarts historical magic." "Fascinating subject." Flitwick's shrewd eyes moved from Harry to the partially disassembled tracking lantern, then to the goblin tome Hermione was attempting to casually cover with other books. "Indeed, fascinating," the professor agreed, though his cheerful tone had acquired a slight edge. "Especially when it involves goblin tracking mechanisms and blood magic texts. Most unusual for a historical survey." Harry felt a prickle of unease. Flitwick might be small in stature, but he was a former dueling champion and one of the most magically accomplished professors at Hogwarts. If he was indeed enhanced by Potter family magic, he could be a formidable obstacle. "We're exploring several avenues," Hermione said smoothly. "The goblin perspective on Hogwarts' founding is rarely documented in wizarding texts." "How very thorough of you, Miss Granger," Flitwick nodded, his piercing gaze returning to Harry. "I couldn't help but notice a certain glow about you today, Mr. Potter. Rather reminiscent of your father after his magical maturity, though James was considerably younger when his family magic fully manifested." The comment, delivered casually but with deliberate precision, confirmed Harry's suspicions. Flitwick knew about family magic, specifically Potter family magic. "You knew my father well?" Harry asked, watching the professor's reaction carefully. "Quite well," Flitwick confirmed. "He had a remarkable talent for transfiguration and charms, a classic Potter trait, enhanced by the strong family magic your grandfather Fleamont ensured was passed to him through the proper rituals." The diminutive professor's eyes narrowed slightly. "Rituals you were never afforded, as I understand it." The implication was clear. Flitwick knew Harry had been denied his magical heritage and was probing to determine how much Harry himself now understood. "Recent discoveries have led me to take a greater interest in my family's magical legacy," Harry said carefully. "Hence the research." Flitwick studied him for a long moment, then nodded once, decision made. "I see. Well, should your research require expertise in charms work, particularly regarding the integration of family magics with institutional enchantments, my door is always open to you, Mr. Potter." He glanced meaningfully at the tracking lantern. "Some puzzles are easier to solve with the right perspective." With that cryptic offer, the professor turned and walked away, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to exchange bewildered looks. "What just happened?" Ron whispered once Flitwick was out of earshot. "I think." Hermione began slowly, "He just offered to help us. Or to spy on us for whoever else has my family's magic," Harry countered. "That wasn't subtle, Hermione. He knows exactly what we're investigating." "But he didn't try to stop us," Hermione pointed out. "And he specifically mentioned your father receiving his family magic through proper rituals. That suggests he might not have approved of Dumbledore's methods." "Or he's trying to gain our trust," Ron said skeptically. "His name is on your list, remember?" "As a suspected recipient, not confirmed," Hermione corrected. "And his comment about James having the proper ritual suggests he recognizes that something was wrong with Harry's situation." Harry considered this. "Either way, we need to be more careful. If Flitwick figured out what we're doing this quickly, others might too. We should move our research to the chamber." They hastily gathered the remaining materials and left the library, taking a circuitous route to avoid further encounters. The castle seemed to watch them as they moved through its corridors, the very stones vibrating with a subtle awareness that Harry had never noticed during his school years. "The castle feels different," he commented as they descended toward the lower levels. "More alive somehow." "You're more sensitive to magic now," Hermione suggested. "The partial restoration of your family power must have enhanced your magical perception." "Maybe," Harry agreed, though he suspected there was more to it. The castle's magic seemed to be responding to him specifically, like it recognized something in him that it had been waiting for. They reached the concealed entrance to the headmaster's way and found it already open, McGonagall waiting for them with a troubled expression. "I was coming to find you," she said without preamble. "There's been a development. The Dumbledore imprint has manifested again, more strongly this time." "Where?" Harry asked sharply. "In my office, initially," McGonagall replied as she led them down the hidden staircase. "But now in the chamber as well. It's conversing with Gornick and Sharpclaw." "Conversing?" Ron repeated incredulously. "Like, having a friendly chat." "Not friendly, no," McGonagall said grimly. "It's attempting to justify its actions. To explain why the theft was necessary." Harry's pace quickened. The thought of Dumbledore, or his magical echo, trying to rationalize the violation of Harry's birthright made his newly enhanced magic surge with indignation. Sparks flickered at his fingertips, a visible manifestation of his anger that he quickly suppressed. They reached the chamber to find Gornick and Sharpclaw standing before the crystal orb, their expressions impassive as they faced a much clearer manifestation of Albus Dumbledore. No longer just a suggestion of a face, the golden light had formed a translucent bust of the former headmaster, complete with half-moon spectacles and long beard. The image flickered occasionally, like a poorly tuned wireless, but was disturbingly lifelike. "Necessary sacrifice for the greater magical stability of Britain," the Dumbledore imprint was saying as they entered. The Potter magic was too powerful to be left unguided, especially after James and Lily's deaths. A child could not possibly, it broke off, turning to face the newcomers. "Ah, Harry. I was just explaining to your goblin associates why my actions, while perhaps regrettable in method, were necessary in substance." "Necessary," Harry repeated, his voice flat with controlled anger. "Stealing from a child was necessary?" "Preserving," the imprint corrected, its tone maddeningly patient, as if explaining to a slow student. "What would have happened to your family magic had I not intervened? It would have lain dormant, unused, while dark forces gathered strength. I distributed it where it would serve the greatest good." "That wasn't your decision to make," Harry said, echoing his words from their previous confrontation. "Someone had to make it," the imprint replied, its translucent features hardening. "Your parents were dead. You were an infant. The wizarding world was in chaos. I did what needed to be done. And it had nothing to do with increasing your own power." Hermione challenged. "With ensuring your control over the Order and the Ministry?" The imprint turned its gaze to her, the golden light dimming slightly. "Power was a means, Miss Granger, not an end. I needed sufficient strength to guide our world through not one, but 2 wizarding wars." "And after the wars?" Ron asked. "What's your excuse for keeping it all these years since Voldemort's defeat?" "Stability," the imprint said simply. "The distributed Potter magic maintains key pillars of our society, ensures the minister makes wise decisions, keeps Hogwarts secure, strengthens the Wisengamot's most progressive members. Remove it now, and you risk collapse." Harry stepped forward, his enhanced magic responding to his emotions by creating a subtle aura around him, a shimmer in the air that made the imprint's golden form flicker more erratically. "You're not Dumbledore," he said coldly. "You're just an echo, a magical snapshot of his personality. The real Dumbledore is dead, and whatever plans he had died with him." "Did they?" the imprint asked, its tone suddenly sharp. "Look around you, Harry. Look at the world we built. Every major institution in Wizarding Britain is led by someone I selected, someone I enhanced with the very magic you now seek to reclaim. The peace you've enjoyed these past 5 years exists because of my foresight." The blunt admission confirmed their suspicions so completely that for a moment, no one spoke. Then Gornick broke the silence, his scarred face contorted with disgust. "You confess to manipulating the entire wizarding government through magical theft," the Cursebreaker growled. "Such actions violate not only wizard law but the Treaty of 1612 governing magical interference in governance. Treaties and laws are tools, not masters," the imprint dismissed. "I did what was necessary to ensure the survival of magical Britain. Without my interventions, Voldemort would have prevailed, if not in the First War, then certainly in the Second. We defeated Voldemort, Harry countered. People like my parents, like Sirius, like Remus, they fought and died because it was right, not because you enhanced them with stolen magic. Did they? The imprint challenged. Your parents were exceptionally talented, certainly. But do you truly believe Lily Potter, brilliant but still young, developed a sacrificial protection powerful enough to defeat the most accomplished dark wizard in centuries without assistance? Harry felt as if he'd been struck. What are you saying? The golden face shifted into an expression of pity that Harry had seen too many times on the real Dumbledore. Your mother's protection was genuine, Harry. Her love for you was absolute. But the magical framework that allowed her sacrifice to create such powerful protection? That came from elsewhere. From my family magic, Harry whispered, horrified understanding dawning. You used my own family's power to create the protection that saved me. A rather elegant solution, don't you think? The imprint said, apparently oblivious to the moral repugnance of its admission. The Potter magic, channeled through Lily's sacrifice, created a protection tied directly to your blood. It's why I needed your blood to maintain access to the family magic after that night. The protection and the power became intertwined. McGonagall looked stricken. Albus, you never said, you led us all to believe Lily's sacrifice alone created the protection. A necessary simplification, the imprint said dismissively. The important point, Harry, is that everything I did served a greater purpose. Your family's magic helped defeat Voldemort, not once, but twice. It continues to protect our world from threats you cannot imagine. What threats? Sharpclaw demanded, echoing McGonagall's earlier question. You keep alluding to dangers beyond Voldemort, yet provide no specifics. The imprint's expression turned grave. The magical world stands at a precipice. Declining birth rates among purebloods. Increasing integration with Muggle society. Technological advancements that threaten to detect and expose magic. Without carefully managed guidance, wizarding society as we know it could collapse within generations. So you appointed yourself guardian of the future, Hermione said, her voice thick with disdain. Judge, jury, and executioner for problems that might never materialize. Problems that will certainly materialize without intervention, the imprint corrected. I've seen the projections, studied the patterns. The distributed Potter magic maintains a delicate balance. Remove it now, and what? Harry interrupted. The world doesn't end. People make their own choices, find their own solutions. Without your manipulation. The imprint regarded him with what seemed like genuine sadness. You still don't understand the fragility of our world, Harry. Perhaps you never will. The golden form began to fade, its voice growing fainter. I cannot stop you from reclaiming what you believe is yours. But know this, the consequences will be far-reaching and irreversible. As the manifestation dissolved back into formless golden light, a heavy silence fell over the chamber. Well, Ron finally said, at least we got confirmation that Dumbledore distributed the magic to his chosen few. Saves us having to guess. Harry barely heard him. His mind was reeling from the imprint's casual revelation about his mother's sacrifice. The protection he had believed was purely born of love had been artificially enhanced with his own family's stolen magic. It felt like yet another foundation of his life had been revealed as a carefully constructed lie. Harry. Hermione touched his arm gently. Are you all right? No, he admitted. I'm not. Everything I thought I knew about that night, about my mother's sacrifice, it was all manipulated by Dumbledore. How much of my life has been shaped by his interference? The sacrifice was real, McGonagall said firmly. Whatever Albus did to enhance it, your mother's love and willingness to die for you were genuine. Never doubt that. Harry nodded, grateful for the reassurance even as fresh anger toward Dumbledore burned within him. We need to accelerate our timeline, he said, turning to Gornick and Sharpclaw. The imprint is growing stronger, more coherent. And now it knows exactly what we're planning. Agreed, Gornick said. But rushing the full extraction remains dangerous. We need at least 2 more days to prepare properly. 2 days, Harry conceded reluctantly. But no longer. And in the meantime, we need to confirm exactly who received portions of my family's magic. Hermione's been working on modifying the tracking lantern, an excellent initiative, Sharpclaw nodded approvingly. But there may be a more direct approach. If the Dumbledore imprint distributed the Potter magic to specific individuals, those connections must be recorded somewhere. His personal records, McGonagall realized. Albus kept extensive notes on everything, but his most sensitive documents weren't stored in the headmaster's office. He had a private study, a room that even I, as deputy headmistress, was rarely permitted to enter. Where? Harry asked. The 7th floor, McGonagall replied. Opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged startled looks. The room of requirement? Hermione asked incredulously. A specific configuration of it, McGonagall confirmed. Albus called it the room of necessary secrets. It could only be accessed by someone who knew exactly what they were seeking and had authorization from Albus himself. But Dumbledore is dead, Ron pointed out. How could anyone get authorization now? The headmaster's signet ring might suffice, McGonagall suggested, twisting the heavy gold band she wore as current head of Hogwarts. It carries the magical authority of the office. Combined with Harry's blood connection to the stolen magic, that might be enough to convince the room to open, Hermione mused. Especially now that Harry has reclaimed a portion of his family power. It's worth trying, Harry decided. Professor, would you accompany us to this room? Your knowledge of how Dumbledore used it could be valuable. McGonagall hesitated only briefly before nodding. Yes. It's time these secrets were brought to light. I will come as well, Sharpclaw announced unexpectedly. If we encounter additional repositories or trace connections to the distributed magic, my expertise may be needed. With the plan decided, they prepared to return to the castle proper. Gornick and Nagnock would remain in the chamber, continuing their preparations for the full extraction ritual while monitoring the crystal orb for further manifestations of the Dumbledore imprint. As they ascended toward the 7th floor, Harry's mind raced with questions. What other revelations awaited in Dumbledore's private study? How had the former headmaster selected who would receive portions of the Potter magic? And most unsettling of all, what would happen when those enhanced by stolen power learned that Harry intended to reclaim what was rightfully his? The answers, he suspected, would only lead to more difficult choices. But after years of being manipulated and deceived, Harry was determined to face the truth, however painful it might be. Even if it meant confronting those he had once called friends. The 7th floor corridor was mercifully empty when they arrived. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy hung as it always had, depicting the wizard's foolish attempt to train trolls for the ballet. Across from it, the blank wall that concealed the room of requirement waited, seemingly ordinary but humming with ancient magic that Harry could now perceive with his enhanced senses. How do we access this specific configuration? He asked McGonagall. Albus would pace 3 times before the wall, concentrating on the phrase, I require access to necessary secrets for the greater good, the headmistress explained. But he also used a focusing object, the ring. She removed the headmaster's signet ring from her finger and offered it to Harry. You should be the one to call the room, Mr. Potter. Your claim to what lies within is strongest. Harry accepted the heavy gold ring, feeling a faint resonance with his newly restored magic. With the ring in his left hand and his wand in his right, he began pacing before the blank wall, concentrating on the phrase McGonagall had provided. On the 3rd pass, he felt a surge of resistance, the room itself seeming to evaluate his worthiness to access its secrets. Acting on instinct, Harry pressed the signet ring against the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, the point where his blood had first been taken by Dumbledore all those years ago. I seek access to secrets taken from my blood, he declared, modifying the traditional phrase. For the restoration of rightful inheritance. The wall shimmered, the stone rippling like water, but did not open. Something more was needed. Your blood, freely given, Sharpclaw suggested quietly. The room requires proof of your claim. Understanding, Harry lowered his wand to his palm and made a small cut, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the signet ring. As the blood touched the gold, it didn't drip or smear but was absorbed completely, causing the ring to glow briefly with a familiar golden light. Harry pressed the ring against the wall once more. By blood and right, I claim access to what was taken from my line. This time, the stone melted away, revealing not a door but an archway of light that pulsed with the same golden energy they had seen in the repositories. Beyond it lay a circular room lined with bookshelves, a large desk at its center covered with scrolls and arcane instruments. Dumbledore's private study, McGonagall whispered, her voice tinged with awe. I've only been here twice in all my years at Hogwarts. They stepped through the archway, which solidified behind them into a more conventional door. The room was smaller than Harry had expected but exuded an almost tangible sense of magical power. Every surface seemed to shimmer with enchantments, and the very air felt charged with energy. The concentration of magic here is remarkable, Sharpclaw observed, her pale eyes sweeping the room analytically. Multiple layers of protection and preservation spells. Dumbledore intended these records to last for centuries. Harry approached the desk cautiously. Among the scrolls and instruments sat a shallow stone basin that he recognized immediately, a pensieve, similar to but smaller than the one Dumbledore had kept in the headmaster's office. Beside it stood a cabinet containing dozens of glass vials filled with swirling silver memories. His private recollections, McGonagall explained, noticing Harry's interest. Memories too sensitive to risk storing in the more accessible pensieve in his office. Hermione had moved to the bookshelves, examining the titles with growing alarm. These are all about blood magic and magical transference, she reported. Some of these texts are supposed to be restricted or even banned. Ron, meanwhile, had discovered a large map of Britain mounted on one wall, dotted with glowing pinpoints of light in various colors. What's this? He asked, pointing to a concentration of lights around London. A tracking system, Sharpclaw said, joining him at the map. Each light represents a connection to distributed magic. The colors likely indicate different recipients or perhaps different purposes. Harry's attention was drawn to a heavy leather-bound ledger on the desk, its cover emblazoned with a symbol he had seen before, the triangular sign of the Deathly Hallows, but modified to incorporate what looked like the Potter family crest. This is it, he said, reaching for the ledger. This must be his record of the distribution. As his fingers touched the leather, the book trembled and then flipped open of its own accord. Pages turned rapidly before settling on an entry dated October 31, 1981, the night his parents died. Written in Dumbledore's familiar slanted handwriting, the entry read, "The unthinkable has occurred. James and Lily Potter are dead, but their son has survived. The prophecy is in motion. I arrived at Godric's Hollow to find the house in ruins and the infant Harry marked with a cursed scar still fresh and bleeding. Opportunity and necessity aligned, I have secured 7 drops of the child's blood from the wound and used it to establish the primary connection to the Potter family magic. The ancestral reserves are even more substantial than I anticipated. With proper management, they will fuel the great work for decades to come. Initial distribution plan, Phase 1, Emergency Stabilization, myself, 30% for direct control and coordination, Hogwarts Headmaster's Office, 15% for institutional stability, Founder's Font, 15% for amplification and redistribution, Order of the Phoenix Corps members, 20%, see attached allocation schedule, Reserve, 20% for future distribution as needed. The blood protection created by Lily's sacrifice has merged seamlessly with the Potter ancestral magic, creating a shield around the boy that even Tom cannot penetrate directly. An unexpected benefit, though it necessitates placing Harry with his maternal relatives to maintain the protection. Convenient, as this will keep him from the wizarding world until I can prepare proper containment measures for when his own magical inheritance begins to manifest. Harry felt physically ill reading Dumbledore's clinical assessment of his parents' deaths as an opportunity. The casual reference to containment measures for Harry's own magical inheritance revealed a level of calculation that bordered on the monstrous. Harry. Hermione had moved to his side, her face pale as she read over his shoulder. "Oh my God." "Keep reading," Harry said grimly, turning the page to reveal the attached allocation schedule Dumbledore had mentioned. The list that followed confirmed their worst suspicions. Each core member of the original Order of the Phoenix had received a carefully calculated percentage of the Potter family magic, with notes about the specific enhancements each portion was intended to provide: Alastair Moody, 4%, combat resilience and magical detection capabilities Minerva McGonagall, 2%, transfiguration mastery and educational influence Elphias Doge, 3%, longevity and political persuasiveness Kingsley Shacklebolt, 2%, leadership enhancement and resistance to magical control Molly Weasley, 1%, protective magic amplification and family binding enchantments Arthur Weasley, 1%, muggle comprehension and technological adaptation Remus Lupin, 2%, curse resistance and werewolf containment Sirius Black, originally allocated 3%, redirected after imprisonment. See Phase 2, the list continued, covering nearly 20 Order members in total. Each entry included additional notes about the individual's reaction to the enhancement, some experiencing immediate benefits while others required multiple treatments to fully integrate the foreign magic. He treated them like experiments, Ron said, his voice hollow as he read the entry about his parents. Like test subjects. Did they know? Harry asked, looking to McGonagall. Did any of them know where this enhancement was coming from? McGonagall looked stricken. I certainly didn't. Albus described it as a magical fortification ritual to strengthen the Order against Voldemort's forces. We were losing badly in those days, so many deaths, so many disappearances. When he offered a way to increase our chances of survival, few questioned the details. Convenient, Harry said bitterly. And after Voldemort's first defeat? When the enhancement continued? He explained it as a necessary precaution, McGonagall admitted. He was convinced Voldemort would return eventually. The continued fortification was presented as preparation for the inevitable Second War. And everyone just accepted that? Ron demanded. For years. You have to understand the times, McGonagall said defensively. Albus was the hero who had defeated Grindelwald, the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. His wisdom was rarely questioned, especially by those of us who had seen his predictions proven correct time and again. Harry turned more pages in the ledger, finding entries that detailed the Phase 2 distribution Dumbledore had implemented after Voldemort's first defeat. This phase focused on long-term influence within key magical institutions, the Ministry, Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, even the Daily Prophet. Additional Order members were recruited and enhanced, while the portions allocated to those who had died or been compromised, like Sirius, were redistributed. He built an entire shadow government, Hermione said, her voice faint with disbelief. People in every significant position, all magically enhanced and subtly influenced through their connection to the stolen Potter magic. Not influenced in the sense of direct control, Sharpclaw clarified, examining the ledger with professional interest. But the shared magical signature would create natural alignment of purpose. Recipients would find themselves more inclined to trust Dumbledore's judgment, to see solutions as he saw them. Mind control by another name, Harry said flatly. More subtle than that, Sharpclaw corrected. But not entirely dissimilar in effect. Harry continued turning pages, reaching entries from after Voldemort's return. Phase 3 of Dumbledore's plan had involved accelerated distribution to younger Order members, people Harry's own age or slightly older who would survive to influence the post-war world. With growing horror, he found his own friends on the list: Nymphadora Tonks, 1%, Metamorphmagus Stabilization and Combat Enhancement Bill Weasley, 0.5%, Curse-Breaking Amplification and International Liaison Capabilities Fred and George Weasley, 0.25% each, Innovation Acceleration and Commercial Influence and then, most disturbingly, potential Phase 4 candidates. Pending evaluation, Hermione Granger, intellectual enhancement and policy influence, Ronald Weasley, strategic amplification and loyalty reinforcement, Neville Longbottom, late blooming power stabilization, Luna Lovegood, perceptual expansion and counter-influence protection. He was planning to use it on us next, Ron said, looking pale. To make sure Dumbledore's influence continued into our generation. But he died before implementing Phase 4, Hermione noted, her voice shaking slightly. At least he didn't manage to complete that part of his plan. Harry wasn't so sure. He turned to the final pages of the ledger, finding entries in a different handwriting, more angular, more precise. Snape, he realized. These entries were made by Snape during his time as headmaster. The last entries detailed emergency redistribution measures implemented after Dumbledore's death, with Snape apparently continuing the plan while secretly working against Voldemort. The distribution must continue despite the Dark Lord's control of the Ministry. Potter family magic remains our strongest asset against his forces. As per Albus's contingency instructions, I have reallocated his personal portion as follows: Headmaster's office, plus 10%, now 25% total, Founder's font, plus 5%, now 20% total, Order members in strategic positions, plus 10%, see updated allocation schedule, Reserve, plus 5%, now 25% total. The boy remains unaware of his stolen inheritance, as Albus intended. Should he survive his destined confrontation with the Dark Lord, decisions will need to be made regarding the continuation of the distribution program. Albus believed the redistribution should become permanent, with the Potter magic serving as the foundation for a new magical society. I have my doubts, but will maintain the system until circumstances allow for reconsideration. The entry ended there. Harry closed the ledger, his hands shaking with a mixture of rage and sorrow. Snape had known, had actively participated in maintaining the theft, even while claiming to honor his mother's memory. So Snape was complicit too, he said quietly. Everyone was. Not everyone knew the source, McGonagall reminded him gently. Most believed they were receiving some form of magical enhancement developed by Dumbledore himself. The connection to your family magic was known only to Albus and, it seems, eventually to Severus. That doesn't make it better, Harry said. It might actually make it worse. At least if they'd known, they could have made an informed choice about whether to participate in theft. What do we do now? Ron asked. This list includes dozens of people, most still alive, many in positions of power. We reclaim it all, Harry said without hesitation. Every spark, from everyone. Starting with the largest repositories and working our way through the individual recipients. That could destabilize the entire wizarding government, McGonagall cautioned. If what Albus claimed is true, that these enhancements are now integral to how our institutions function, sudden removal could cause chaos. That's Dumbledore's problem, not mine, Harry repeated his earlier sentiment. He built a house of cards based on stolen power. I won't let it continue just because dismantling it might be inconvenient. Hermione had been examining the map on the wall more closely. Many of these lights are concentrated in specific locations, she observed. The Ministry, Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, but there's another major concentration here. She pointed to a location in the Scottish Highlands, far from any wizarding settlement. The Order's emergency headquarters, McGonagall identified it. Established after the First War as a fallback position. It houses a significant magical focus that Albus created, supposedly to coordinate Order operations. Another repository, Sharpclaw concluded. Perhaps the reserve mentioned in the ledger. 25% of my family magic, Harry said. We need to secure it before anyone realizes what we're doing and attempts to move it. That facility is heavily warded, McGonagall warned. Access is restricted to senior Order members. Are you still counted among them? Harry asked. McGonagall nodded. Yes. As headmistress, I inherited Albus's access permissions. Then you can get us in, Harry decided. We'll secure that repository first, then return for the full extraction from the ones here at Hogwarts. What about the people on this list? Ron asked, gesturing to the ledger. Do we warn them? Confront them? Harry considered the question. Many on the list were people he cared about, people who had fought alongside him against Voldemort. They had benefited from the stolen magic, yes, but most had done so unwittingly. We focus on the major repositories first, he finally decided. Once those are secured, we can address the individual recipients. Some may surrender the magic willingly once they understand its origin. And those who don't? McGonagall asked quietly. Harry's expression hardened. Then we take it back anyway. It's my birthright, my family's legacy. I've let others control my life for too long. That ends now. No one argued with his determination. Even McGonagall, who had initially cautioned moderation, seemed to recognize the justice of Harry's position. We should take these records with us, Hermione suggested. The ledger, the memories, anything that documents what Dumbledore did. We'll need evidence when this eventually becomes public. Agreed, Harry nodded. Professor, can you shrink these safely? McGonagall drew her wand. The books and ledgers, yes. The memories should be transported in their vials. Shrinking charms can destabilize pensive memories. As they gathered the evidence of Dumbledore's decades-long manipulation, Harry's attention was drawn to a small golden device on the desk, similar to a pocket watch but with multiple faces and tiny, constantly moving parts. Something about it called to him, a faint resonance with his newly restored magic. What's this? He asked, reaching for it. Careful, Sharpclaw warned sharply. That appears to be a magical conduit, possibly the master control for the distribution network. Harry paused, his hand hovering above the device. Control? You mean like a switch? More complex than that, Sharpclaw said, examining it without touching. It seems designed to regulate the flow of magic between repositories and recipients. Extremely sophisticated work. Could it be used to recall the distributed magic? Hermione asked, intrigued. Potentially, Sharpclaw allowed. But without understanding its exact function, manipulating it could be dangerous. It might have safeguards against unauthorized use. Harry withdrew his hand reluctantly. We'll take it with us for further study. The goblins might be able to determine how it works. As McGonagall carefully placed the device in a protective case, Harry took one last look around the room. This private study represented the heart of Dumbledore's deception, the place where he had plotted and schemed, using Harry's stolen birthright to reshape the wizarding world according to his vision of the greater good. The betrayal still burned, but now it was tempered with determination. Dumbledore had built his legacy on theft and manipulation. Harry would dismantle it piece by piece, reclaiming what was rightfully his while exposing the truth behind the beloved headmaster's carefully cultivated image. We have what we need, he said. Let's go secure that reserve repository before anyone realizes what we've discovered. As they prepared to leave, the door to the room of necessary secrets swung open of its own accord. Standing in the doorway, wand raised and expression thunderous, was Kingsley Shacklebolt, Minister of Magic. I think, the minister said in his deep, usually calming voice, now hard as steel, that you have some explaining to do, Harry. Behind him stood several Aurors, their wands drawn, and a figure Harry recognized with a jolt of surprise, Alpheus Doge, Dumbledore's oldest friend and, according to the ledger, one of the largest recipients of the stolen Potter magic. Minister, McGonagall began, stepping forward. This is a Hogwarts matter, this is a matter of national magical security, Kingsley interrupted. The wards around this room were connected to monitoring enchantments at the Ministry. They were triggered the moment you accessed Albus's private records. Harry met Kingsley's gaze directly, his own magic rising in response to the perceived threat. What's really happening here, Minister? Are you concerned about security, or about us discovering what Dumbledore did? What you benefited from? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Kingsley's face. I don't know what you mean. I think you do, Harry said, gesturing to the ledger McGonagall held. It's all documented here, how Dumbledore stole my family's magic and distributed it to his chosen few. Including you, Minister. 2% for leadership enhancement and resistance to magical control, according to his notes. Kingsley's wan hand wavered slightly. That's not possible. Isn't it? Harry challenged. Haven't you ever wondered why your magical abilities increased so dramatically after joining the Order? Why your rise through the Auror ranks accelerated? Why you, a relatively junior member with limited political experience, became minister after the war? That was merit, Kingsley insisted, though doubt had begun to creep into his voice. My own abilities, my own work. Enhanced by stolen power, Harry corrected. My family's power, taken without consent and distributed to build Dumbledore's ideal society. Elphia's Doge pushed forward, his ancient face flushed with anger. How dare you malign Albus's memory with these accusations? Everything he did was for the greater good, to defeat Voldemort, to protect our world. The greater good, Harry repeated bitterly. How convenient that Dumbledore's vision of the greater good always seemed to involve increasing his own power and influence. This is sedition, Doge sputtered. Undermining the ministry, attacking the legacy of our greatest wizard, this is justice, Harry countered, his voice rising. The air around him began to shimmer with magical energy, his partially restored family power responding to his emotions. Dumbledore stole from me, from my family. I'm taking back what's mine. Kingsley seemed torn, his natural integrity wrestling with whatever influence the Potter magic exerted through its connection to him. Harry, whatever you believe Albus did, this isn't the way to address it. There are proper channels, legal processes, controlled by people who've benefited from the theft, Harry pointed out. Would you really investigate yourself, Minister? Would you willingly surrender power that's helped you maintain control for 5 years? The accusation struck home. Kingsley's expression hardened, but before he could respond, Ron stepped forward. Kingsley, think about this, he said earnestly. You've always stood for what's right, even when it was difficult. If what we found is true, and we have Dumbledore's own records confirming it, don't you want to know? Don't you want to make it right? The minister hesitated, clearly conflicted. In that moment of uncertainty, Sharpclaw made her move. The ancient goblin touched a small stone hanging from her neck and spoke a single word in gobbledygook. Instantly, the air in the doorway rippled, and Kingsley and his Aurors found themselves frozen in place, not petrified, but held in a moment of suspended time. Goblin time lock, Sharpclaw explained calmly. It will hold for approximately 30 seconds. We should depart immediately. Without waiting for further discussion, Harry grabbed the protective case containing the golden device, while McGonagall and Hermione gathered the remaining evidence. Ron moved to the wall map and quickly tore it down, rolling it hastily and tucking it under his arm. This way, McGonagall directed, moving to a bookshelf at the back of the room. She pressed a specific sequence of books, and the shelf slid aside to reveal a hidden passage. Albus's emergency exit. It leads to the 5th floor, near my old transfiguration office. They hurried into the passage, the bookshelf sliding closed behind them just as the time lock was about to expire. As they moved swiftly through the narrow corridor, the implications of the confrontation sank in. The Ministry is involved now, Hermione said grimly. And they'll be coming after us. Not just the Ministry, Harry added. Everyone who received portions of my family's magic. They'll all feel threatened once word spreads about what we're doing. Then we need to move faster, Ron concluded. Secure the major repositories before they can be relocated or protected. McGonagall led them down a spiral staircase that brought them to a tapestry-covered exit on the 5th floor. After checking that the corridor was clear, they emerged and quickly made their way toward the headmaster's way. The Order's emergency headquarters, Harry said as they descended. How quickly can we get there? We can apparate from Hogsmeade, McGonagall replied. I can bring us through the outer wards, but there will be inner security measures to navigate. And we should alert Gornak and Nagnok about these developments, Sharpclaw added. They must prepare for potential interference with the extraction ritual. They reached the chamber beneath the castle to find Gornak and Nagnok already on high alert. The crystal orb was pulsing rapidly, the golden light within it swirling in agitated patterns. The magic is disturbed, Gornak reported as they entered. Something has triggered a defensive response in the distribution network. Kingsley and his Aurors, Harry explained quickly, describing their confrontation. Dumbledore connected the wards around his private study to the Ministry. They know what we've discovered. Nagnok's expression darkened. Then we have little time. Others who received portions of the magic will be alerted soon, if they haven't been already. We need to secure the reserve repository immediately, Harry insisted. It contains a quarter of my family's magic, the largest single portion outside of what Dumbledore himself controlled. The goblins exchanged glances, then Gornak nodded decisively. Nagnok and I will remain here to protect this repository and continue preparations for the extraction. Sharpclaw should accompany you to assess the reserve location. We'll need defenses, Ron pointed out. If the Order headquarters is as heavily warded as McGonagall says, there might be resistance when we arrive. I can provide some assistance with that, Sharpclaw said, reaching into her robes to produce several small metal discs. Goblin ward disruption devices. They won't break the strongest protections, but they'll create temporary vulnerabilities we can exploit. Harry turned to McGonagall. Professor, I understand if you don't want to be further involved. Opposing the Ministry and potentially your former Order colleagues, I made my choice when I first showed you the magic in my office, Mr. Potter, McGonagall interrupted firmly. I've stood by too many times while Albus made decisions that harmed those in his care. I won't do so again. Her loyalty was unexpected but welcome. Harry nodded gratefully, then addressed the group. We move now. Get to Hogsmeade, apparate to the Order headquarters, secure the reserve repository. Then we return here for the full extraction from both Hogwarts locations. And after that? Hermione asked quietly. What about the individuals who received portions of the magic? Harry's expression hardened. One step at a time. But I won't leave any of my family's power in Dumbledore's network, whether they want to surrender it or not. As they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart, Harry cast one last look at the crystal orb. For a brief moment, he thought he saw Dumbledore's face form in the swirling golden light, watching him with an expression that might have been sorrow or might have been calculation. Then it was gone, dissolved back into formless energy. But Harry knew the battle had only just begun. Dumbledore's influence extended far beyond his death, embedded in the very fabric of wizarding society through the stolen Potter magic. Dismantling that influence would mean confronting not just abstract legacy, but living, powerful people who had built their careers and reputations on magically enhanced abilities. People who might not surrender those advantages willingly. The thought should have been daunting, perhaps even terrifying. But as Harry led his small group toward the surface, toward the next confrontation, he felt a strange, calm certainty. For the first time in his life, he was fighting not because prophecy demanded it, not because Dumbledore had engineered it, but because he had chosen this battle for himself. His magic, his birthright, his decision. And he would see it through to the end, whatever the cost. Chapter 3, Potter resurgent twilight settled over the Scottish Highlands, painting the rugged landscape in deepening shades of purple and gold. 5 figures materialized on a windswept ridge, their sudden appearance disturbing a pair of ravens that took flight with indignant cries. Harry steadied himself against the disorientation of sidelong apparition, his eyes immediately scanning the seemingly empty valley below them. There's nothing here, Ron said, squinting into the gathering darkness. There is, McGonagall replied, her voice tight with concentration. The headquarters is protected by a modified Fidelius charm, among other defenses. As a senior Order member, I can guide you through, but you must stay close. She extended her hands, and they formed a chain, Harry, then Hermione, Ron, and Sharpclaw at the end. As McGonagall began walking down the rocky slope, Harry felt a peculiar sensation, as if passing through layers of invisible curtains. Each barrier offered resistance, then yielded reluctantly to McGonagall's authority. Suddenly, the empty valley transformed. A stone structure materialized before them, not a mansion like Grimmauld Place, but a fortress. Ancient walls of grey stone rose from the rocky ground, surrounded by concentric rings of magical barriers that shimmered faintly in the twilight. The sanctuary, McGonagall said. Established during the First Wizarding War as the Order's final fallback position. Few members even know of its existence. But Dumbledore used it to house a significant portion of my family's magic, Harry observed, feeling a familiar pull from within the fortress walls. The tracking lantern, now retuned to his blood and carried by Hermione, glowed intensely, confirming his suspicion. Yes, McGonagall acknowledged. Albus claimed it housed a strategic magical reserve for emergencies. I never questioned what that actually meant. How many people might be inside? Ron asked, slipping naturally into Auror tactical assessment. Minimal staffing during peacetime, McGonagall replied. Perhaps 2 or 3 Order members on rotation. However. She hesitated. If the Ministry has indeed been alerted to our activities, there may be reinforcements. Then we move quickly, Harry decided. Professor, can you get us past the outer defenses? McGonagall nodded and approached the first visible barrier, a translucent wall of energy that encircled the fortress. She pressed her palm against it, murmuring words too low to hear. The barrier rippled, then formed an archway that permitted their passage. The inner wards will be more challenging, she warned as they approached the main structure. My authority as headmistress grants access to the outer defenses, but the inner sanctums require specific Order credentials that may have been revoked if Kingsley has raised the alarm. That's where we can help, Sharpclaw said, producing the ward disruption devices she had brought from Gringotts. The small metal discs gleamed with runic engravings that shifted and realigned as the ancient goblin activated them. These will create temporary weaknesses in the magical barriers, enough for us to pass through if we move swiftly. They approached the massive wooden doors that guarded the fortress entrance. No handles or locks were visible, only an intricate carving of a phoenix in flight that covered the entire surface. McGonagall placed her hand on the phoenix's eye, and the carving began to glow with a soft red light. Minerva McGonagall, she stated clearly. Senior Order member, Hogwarts headmistress. I request access with my research team. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the carving flared brightly, and a disembodied voice, not Dumbledore's, but somehow familiar, responded, access denied. Security protocols activated. Please withdraw, Professor McGonagall. They've locked us out, McGonagall confirmed grimly. Kingsley must have alerted the Order security system. Sharpclaw stepped forward, one of her devices in hand. Stand back, she instructed, placing the disc against the door near the phoenix carving. The runes on the disc began to spin rapidly, emitting a high-pitched whine that made Harry's teeth ache. The phoenix carving shuddered, its glow flickering as if struggling against the goblin magic. Suddenly, with a sound like breaking glass, the door's enchantments faltered. Sharpclaw pressed her advantage, placing a second device on the threshold. Now, she commanded. The disruption will last only seconds. Harry didn't hesitate. He pushed through the momentarily weakened barrier, feeling it resist then give way like a membrane stretching to its limit. The others followed quickly, McGonagall last, just as the door's defenses snapped back into place with an audible crack. They found themselves in a torchlit entrance hall, empty but for the echo of an alarm that had begun to sound throughout the fortress. The tracking lantern pulsed urgently in Hermione's grip, pulling toward a corridor that led deeper into the structure. This way, Harry said, following the lantern's guidance. The repository must be in the central chamber. They moved swiftly through the corridor, their footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The alarm continued to wail, and Harry knew they had little time before defenders arrived. The tracking lantern led them to a spiral staircase that descended into the heart of the fortress. The Order's inner sanctum, McGonagall explained as they hurried down the stairs. Where the most sensitive operations were planned during the wars. At the bottom of the staircase, they encountered another barrier, a sheet of blue flame that blocked the entire passage. Through it, Harry could see a circular chamber with a raised dais at its center. Upon the dais stood what appeared to be a crystal column filled with swirling golden light, unmistakably the largest repository of his family's magic they had yet discovered. The eternal flame, McGonagall identified the barrier. It recognizes only those specifically keyed to the inner sanctum. I cannot pass through it. Then we use our final disruptor, Sharpclaw suggested, reaching for her last device. Before she could activate it, a new voice spoke from behind them. That won't be necessary, Arthur Weasley said calmly, his wand pointed not at them but at the blue flames. I can grant you access. They turned in surprise to find Ron's father standing at the foot of the stairs, looking grave but determined. His familiar face showed none of the hostility Harry had feared from Order members, only a deep, sad understanding. Dad? Ron said, shock evident in his voice. What are you doing here? I've been stationed here since Kingsley alerted the Order about. Arthur gestured vaguely. Well, about what you've discovered, Harry. Are you here to stop us? Harry asked directly, his hand near his wand but not drawing it. Not against Arthur Weasley, not yet. Arthur shook his head. No. I'm here to help you. The simple statement left them momentarily speechless. It was Hermione who recovered first. But Mr. Weasley, according to Dumbledore's records, you received a portion of Harry's family magic. Aren't you concerned about losing it? A pained expression crossed Arthur's face. When Kingsley told us what you'd found, what Dumbledore had done, I went to the Ministry archives. I had to see for myself. He sighed deeply. I found my name on the distribution list, with notes about the treatments I received after the First War. Treatments I was told would help me better understand Muggle technology for my work. You didn't know, Harry said, relief evident in his voice. None of us did, at least, not those of us who received smaller portions, Arthur confirmed. We were told it was a special enhancement ritual Dumbledore had developed. The possibility that it came from stolen family magic. He shook his head in obvious disgust. It violates everything the Order claimed to stand for. Ron stepped forward, embracing his father briefly. So you believe us? About Dumbledore? I've seen the evidence with my own eyes, Arthur replied, returning his son's embrace before stepping back. And unlike some, I'm not willing to justify theft and manipulation, even for what Albus called the greater good. Some. Harry picked up on the distinction. Who else knows? Kingsley called an emergency meeting of senior Order members after your confrontation at Hogwarts, Arthur explained. Opinions are divided. Some, like myself, are horrified by what Dumbledore did. Others believe his actions were justified by the circumstances, that the end results validate the means. Let me guess, Harry said bitterly. Those who received larger portions of my family magic are more inclined to justify Dumbledore's actions. Arthur nodded reluctantly. There seems to be a correlation, yes. Though whether that's the magic's influence or simply those people's closer connection to Albus is difficult to determine. It's the magic, Sharpclaw stated confidently. Family magic carries inherent alignments and affinities. Those who received significant portions would naturally find themselves sympathetic to the donor's purposes, in this case, Dumbledore's, since he controlled the distribution. That's why Kingsley seemed so conflicted when confronting us, Hermione realized. Part of him recognized the injustice, but the magic he received predisposed him to defend Dumbledore's system. Indeed, Arthur agreed. Which is why we must act quickly. Kingsley has dispatched Aurors to secure all known repositories of the Potter magic, including this one. They'll arrive within the hour. Then we need to move now, Harry said decisively. Can you get us past this barrier, Mr. Weasley? I can, Arthur confirmed. As one of the Order's senior members, I have access to the inner sanctum. But Harry. He hesitated, his expression troubled. You should know what you're walking into. The repository in there isn't just storing your family magic, it's actively using it. Using it for what? Harry demanded. It powers the Order's intelligence network, Arthur explained. A system Dumbledore created that monitors magical activity throughout Britain, detecting dark magic, tracking certain individuals, even maintaining a form of early warning against potential threats. It's been essential to the peace we've maintained since Voldemort's defeat. A surveillance system, Hermione said, looking disturbed. Using Harry's stolen magic to spy on the wizarding population. For security purposes only, Arthur clarified, though he didn't sound entirely convinced himself. At least, that's what we were told. One more violation, Harry said quietly, his anger not at Arthur but at the ever-expanding web of Dumbledore's manipulation. One more way my family's magic was used without consent, without knowledge. Will dismantling it compromise wizarding security? McGonagall asked, ever practical. Arthur considered the question. Temporarily, perhaps. But the Ministry has its own monitoring systems. What we'll lose is the advanced warning capability and the unprecedented scope of the network. It currently covers all of Britain and parts of continental Europe. That decision isn't mine to make, Harry said firmly. The magic was stolen. I'm taking it back. Whatever systems were built using it will have to be reconstructed legitimately. Arthur nodded, accepting Harry's position without argument. He turned to the blue flames and raised his wand. I, Arthur Weasley, authorize passage to the inner sanctum, he declared. The flames parted like a curtain, creating a pathway to the chamber beyond. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For helping us. For doing the right thing, even when it's difficult. I've always tried to teach my children that integrity matters more than advantage, Arthur replied simply. I'd be a poor father if I didn't live by the same principle. They moved through the opening in the flames, entering the circular chamber. The crystal column at its center pulsed with golden light, Harry's family magic, the largest single repository they had yet found. Around the column stood a ring of silver instruments similar to those that had once filled Dumbledore's office, each connected to the central pillar by threads of magical energy that spread outward like a vast spider's web. The Order's monitoring network, Arthur explained. Each thread connects to a specific region or tracks a particular type of magical activity. The system processes information and alerts the Order to potential threats. Sharpclaw approached the column, her pale eyes studying the magical connections with professional interest. Ingenious construction, she admitted reluctantly. Dumbledore combined the Potter family magic with runic amplifiers and distributed focusing elements. The network is far more extensive than should be possible with conventional magic. Can we safely extract the magic without triggering a backlash? Harry asked, concerned about potential defenses similar to those they'd encountered at Hogwarts. The ancient goblin circled the column, examining the connections. Yes, but not instantly. The system is designed to maintain stability even if the power source is gradually reduced. A sudden extraction would trigger defensive measures and possibly damage the magic itself. How gradually? Harry pressed. With proper preparation, we could remove the entire repository in a single ritual lasting approximately 1 hour, Sharpclaw estimated. But we would need specific equipment to safely disconnect the monitoring network first. I can help with that, Arthur offered. As a sanctum keeper, I have access to the system's maintenance protocols. That would be invaluable, Sharpclaw acknowledged. Harry turned to Hermione, who still carried the tracking lantern. How much time do we have before the Aurors arrive? Less than an hour, according to Mr. Weasley, she reminded him. Not enough to complete a full extraction ritual. Harry considered their options. Could we secure the repository now and return for the extraction after we've dealt with the ones at Hogwarts? Sharpclaw shook her head. Inadvisable. Now that the Ministry is involved, they could send cursebreakers to relocate or further secure this repository. We should not leave it vulnerable. What about taking it with us? Ron suggested. If we could somehow contain it and transport it back to Hogwarts, we could perform all the extractions together. The ancient goblin looked thoughtful. Possible, with the right containment vessel. The magic is already concentrated in the crystal column. If we could safely disconnect it from the monitoring network and encase it in a suitable protective shell. The Order has transport containers designed for moving powerful magical artifacts, Arthur said. Developed during the war to relocate critical resources if our positions were compromised. They're stored in the armory, one level above us. Get one, Harry decided immediately. The largest you can find. As Arthur hurried to retrieve the container, Sharpclaw began the delicate process of analyzing the connections between the crystal column and the monitoring network. Her long fingers traced the magical threads with meticulous precision, identifying key junction points. The disconnection must be performed in a specific sequence, she explained to Harry. Each monitoring thread must be properly terminated before being detached from the central column. Otherwise, the magic could destabilize. Like unplugging Muggle electronics in the right order, Hermione observed. To prevent power surges or data corruption. A crude but not inaccurate analogy, Sharpclaw acknowledged. Mr. Weasley's assistance with the maintenance protocols will be essential. Arthur returned minutes later, levitating a large cylindrical container made of what appeared to be dragon hide lined with silver. Runic inscriptions covered its surface, glowing faintly with contained power. A Class 5 magical transport vessel, he explained, setting it down near the crystal column. Designed to contain and shield even the most volatile magical substances. It should be sufficient for our purposes. Excellent, Sharpclaw approved. Now, we must begin the disconnection sequence. Mr. Weasley, if you would initiate the maintenance protocols. Arthur approached one of the silver instruments, tapping it with his wand in a complex pattern. The device hummed to life, displays illuminating with streams of information too rapid for Harry to follow. System accessed, Arthur confirmed. Ready for sequential termination. What followed was a tense, methodical process of shutting down the monitoring network one thread at a time. Arthur guided them through the necessary commands, while Sharpclaw performed the delicate magical work of severing each connection without disturbing the core repository. Hermione assisted, her quick mind grasping the patterns and anticipating the next steps, while Ron kept watch for any sign of approaching horrors. Harry stood before the crystal column, mesmerized by the swirling golden light within. This repository contained a full quarter of his family's magic that had been stolen decades ago and repurposed to power Dumbledore's surveillance state. Yet despite the violation, Harry felt no revulsion toward the magic itself. On the contrary, he felt a profound connection to it, a sense of rightness that grew stronger as each monitoring thread was disconnected, allowing the magic to flow more naturally. It recognizes you, McGonagall observed quietly, standing at his side. The magic knows its rightful wielder. I can feel it, Harry admitted. It's like hearing a familiar voice after years of silence. One I didn't even know I was missing. Family magic often manifests that way, McGonagall said. When properly passed down through the generations, it creates a sense of continuity, of connection to one's ancestors. It's one of the most profound losses you suffered through Albus's actions, not just the power itself, but the connection it should have provided to your heritage. Harry nodded, unable to fully articulate the complex emotions swirling within him. Anger at Dumbledore's theft still burned, but now it was joined by something else, a growing anticipation of what it might mean to finally reclaim his full magical birthright. Final thread disconnected, Sharpclaw announced after nearly 40 minutes of painstaking work. The repository is now isolated from the monitoring network. The system has entered dormancy protocols, Arthur confirmed, checking the displays on the central control instrument. All data collection suspended. Then we can transfer the column to the transport container, Sharpclaw said, turning to Harry. "This will require your direct participation, Mr. Potter. The magic will respond most readily to your blood connection." Harry stepped forward, ready to assist in whatever way needed. Sharpclaw instructed him to place his hands on the crystal column while she prepared the transport container, expanding its opening to accommodate the repository. The moment Harry's palms touched the cool crystal surface, the golden light within surged toward him, pressing against the barrier that separated them. The column vibrated under his touch, resonating with his partially restored magic in a way that sent ripples of power through his entire being. "The connection is strong," Sharpclaw observed with satisfaction. "Now, focus your intent. Will the magic to remain cohesive as we transfer it to the container?" Harry concentrated, mentally addressing the swirling golden energy as if it were a sentient being. "Stay together. Prepare to move. I'm taking you home." Whether through magical resonance or something deeper, the light responded, coalescing into a more organized pattern that flowed in circular currents within the column. "Now, Mr. Weasley, if you would assist with the physical transfer," Sharpclaw directed. "The column must be moved precisely." Arthur and Ron positioned themselves on either side of the crystal structure, wands ready. At Sharpclaw's signal, they cast simultaneous levitation charms, lifting the column carefully from its base. Harry kept his hands on the crystal, maintaining the connection as they maneuvered it toward the open container. The transfer was delicate work, requiring perfect coordination. The crystal column had to be inserted at exactly the right angle to fit within the specialized container without disturbing the magic it held. Under Sharpclaw's expert guidance, they managed to position it correctly, easing it down into the vessel with millimeter precision. As the column settled into place, Sharpclaw quickly sealed the container, activating the protective runes that would shield the magic during transport. "Secured," she announced. "The repository is safely contained and ready for movement." "Just in time," Ron said from his position near the entrance. "I think our hour's almost up." As if confirming his assessment, a magical alarm echoed through the fortress, different from the intruder alert that had sounded upon their arrival. This was a deeper, more resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very stones. "Perimeter breach," Arthur translated grimly. "The Aurors have arrived and are dismantling the outer wards." "How many?" Harry asked, immediately shifting to tactical considerations. "Standard procedure would be a full squad, at least 8 Aurors, possibly more given the sensitivity of this location," Ron answered, drawing on his training. "And if Kingsley is taking this as seriously as it appears, he might have sent senior officers." "We need to leave before they reach the inner sanctum," McGonagall urged. "Even with Arthur's help, we cannot hope to overcome a full Auror detachment." Harry nodded, turning to Sharpclaw. "Can we apparate from here with the container?" The ancient goblin shook her head. "The fortress has anti-apparition wards throughout. We must reach the outer perimeter before we can transport magically. And the Aurors will be coming from that direction," Hermione noted with concern. "We'll have to find another way out." "There is another way," Arthur said suddenly. "An emergency escape route that bypasses the main defenses. It emerges half a kilometer from the fortress, beyond the anti-apparition boundary." "Where?" Harry asked immediately. "Hidden entrance in the north wall of this chamber," Arthur directed, moving to what appeared to be a solid stone surface. He pressed his wand against a specific point, murmuring an incantation, and a section of the wall dissolved to reveal a narrow tunnel. "This leads to a concealed exit. As a sanctum keeper, I can authorize your passage." Harry turned to the transport container, which now hummed with contained magical energy. "Can we move this through the tunnel?" "It's levitatable," Arthur confirmed. "The passage was designed to allow for the evacuation of critical materials." "Then let's move," Harry decided. "Ron, you and your dad take point. Hermione and Professor McGonagall in the middle with the container. Sharpclaw and I will bring up the rear." They quickly organized themselves as Harry directed. Ron and Arthur illuminated their wands and entered the tunnel first, checking for any obstacles or hidden defenses. Hermione and McGonagall carefully levitated the transport container between them, following close behind. Harry and Sharpclaw took the rear position, ready to defend against pursuit. The tunnel was narrow but not cramped, clearly designed for emergency evacuations. They moved as swiftly as possible, the sounds of the Auror's arrival fading behind them as they penetrated deeper into the passage. "How long until we reach the exit?" Harry asked Arthur, who led the way with practiced confidence. 3 minutes at most, Arthur replied. The tunnel follows a direct route to minimize evacuation time. As they hurried through the darkened passage, Harry felt a strange ripple in the air around them, a subtle disturbance in the magical field that set his newly enhanced senses on alert. "Something's wrong," he warned, just as a figure materialized at the far end of the tunnel, blocking their exit. "Indeed, something is very wrong," Elphia's Doge said, his ancient face illuminated by the harsh light of his wand. "Theft of magical resources. Interference with national security systems. Sedition against the ministry." He shook his head in apparent sorrow. "How disappointed Albus would be to see what you've become, Harry. How did you get ahead of us?" Ron demanded, wand raised defensively. "I've been a member of the Order since its founding, young man," Doge replied with the condescension of extreme age. "I know all its secrets, including this escape route. When the alarms triggered, it was obvious where you would go." Harry stepped forward, placing himself between Doge and the transport container. "Stand aside, Mr. Doge. We don't want to fight you." "No, I imagine you don't," Doge said, his wand unwavering. "Fighting would risk damaging your precious cargo. But I cannot allow you to remove that repository. It's far too important to our continued security." "It contains stolen magic," Harry countered. "My family's magic, taken without consent and used for purposes we never authorized." "Necessary purposes," Doge insisted. "Vital purposes that you, in your youth and inexperience, cannot possibly understand." Albus saw the bigger picture, the long-term security of our world. Everything he did served that vision. Including theft. McGonagall challenged, her Scottish brogue sharpening with anger. "Including manipulating a child's life from the shadows? Those are not the actions of a principled leader, Elphias. They are the actions of a man corrupted by his own sense of righteousness." Doja's face hardened. "You, of all people, Minerva. You benefited from Albus's foresight for decades. Your transfiguration mastery, your longevity, your resilience during the wars, all enhanced by the Potter magic you now condemn him for utilizing." "I didn't know," McGonagall replied, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Had I known, I would never have accepted such an advantage, not at the cost of a child's birthright." "How noble you sound now," Doge scoffed. "Now that the hard decisions have been made, the difficult work accomplished. Albus bore that burden alone, made the choices no one else had the courage to make. And this is how his legacy is repaid, with betrayal from those who owe him everything." While Doge focused on McGonagall, Harry noticed Arthur quietly signaling to Ron, indicating a narrow side passage just before the main exit. A secondary escape route, perhaps. Harry caught Ron's eye and gave a tiny nod of understanding. "Mr. Doge," Harry said, deliberately drawing the elderly wizard's attention back to himself. "I understand your loyalty to Dumbledore. He was your friend for over a century. But friendship shouldn't blind you to wrongdoing. What he did, stealing my family's magic, distributing it without consent, it wasn't just illegal. It was wrong." "You speak of right and wrong as if they're absolute," Doge replied dismissively. "At my age, one learns that morality is more flexible than the young would like to believe. Particularly in times of war and reconstruction. There's nothing flexible about theft," Harry insisted, taking another step forward. "Dumbledore didn't just borrow my family's magic temporarily, he took it permanently, altered it to serve his purposes, and distributed it to build his ideal society. All without my knowledge or consent. And yet, that society has given you peace," Doge countered. "Security. Prosperity. The very things your parents fought and died for. My parents fought for justice, Harry said, his voice hardening. For a world where power didn't corrupt, where the ends didn't justify the means. Dumbledore betrayed those principles, and betrayed my parents' trust, when he stole from their orphaned son. As Harry kept Doge engaged, he noticed Ron and Arthur subtly positioning themselves near the side passage. Hermione and McGonagall had shifted the transport container slightly, ready to change direction if needed. Sharpclaw remained beside Harry, her ancient face impassive but her hand near the pouch that contained her remaining magical devices. This conversation is pointless, Doge said finally, his patience clearly exhausted. I cannot allow you to remove that repository. The Aurors will be here momentarily. Surrender it now, and perhaps Minister Shacklebolt will show leniency. We both know that's not going to happen, Harry replied calmly. This magic belongs to me, to my family. I'm reclaiming what's mine. Doja's expression hardened. Then you leave me no choice. He raised his wand, his aged hand surprisingly steady. I took an oath to protect the Order's resources. Even from those who don't understand their importance. Before Doge could cast, Arthur made his move. Now! He shouted, shooting a blasting curse not at Doge but at the ceiling of the narrow side passage, causing a controlled collapse that opened a rough but passable route upward. In the moment of distraction, Ron fired a disarming spell at Doge that the elderly wizard barely deflected. Hermione and McGonagall immediately diverted the transport container toward the newly created opening, levitating it rapidly through the rubble. Go! Arthur urged them. This leads to the surface, beyond the western perimeter. Harry hesitated, not wanting to leave Ron and Arthur facing Doge alone. But Sharpclaw grabbed his arm with surprising strength. The magic needs you, Mr. Potter, she said urgently. If it's damaged or recaptured, all is lost. Recognizing the wisdom in her words, Harry nodded to Ron and Arthur. We'll meet at Hogwarts, he said, before following Sharpclaw through the improvised exit. The passage Arthur had opened led steeply upward, climbing through natural fissures in the rock that had been enhanced with magical reinforcements. They ascended rapidly, Harry bringing up the rear to protect against pursuit while Hermione and McGonagall continued levitating the precious container ahead of them. After several minutes of climbing, they emerged into the cool night air on a hillside overlooking the fortress. From this vantage point, Harry could see Aurors surrounding the main structure, their wand lights cutting through the darkness as they established a perimeter. The anti-apparition boundary should end just beyond that ridge, McGonagall said, indicating a rocky outcropping about 50 meters away. If we can reach it without being detected. They moved quickly but cautiously, using the natural terrain for cover. The transport container hummed softly as they guided it over the uneven ground, the magic within responding to their urgency with increased activity that made the vessel glow faintly in the darkness. It's becoming more reactive, Sharpclaw observed. The proximity to its rightful wielder, combined with the disruption of its previous purpose, has awakened the magic's true nature. Is that dangerous? Hermione asked, maintaining her concentration on the levitation charm despite her concern. Not dangerous, Sharpclaw replied. But unpredictable. Family magic has a form of memory, an imprint of how it should properly function. After decades of misuse, it's remembering its true purpose. They reached the ridge without incident, the distant shouts of Aurors still focused on the fortress itself. We should be beyond the wards now, McGonagall confirmed. We can apparate directly to Hogwarts, to the chamber beneath the castle where Gornak and Nagnok are waiting. What about Ron and Arthur? Hermione asked anxiously. Arthur knows to meet us there, McGonagall assured her. He has access to several emergency port keys as a sanctum keeper. Harry nodded, though he shared Hermione's concern. All right. Professor, you take Hermione. I'll go with Sharpclaw and the container. They carefully transferred the transport vessel to Harry and Sharpclaw, who positioned themselves on either side of it for the journey. With final nods of confirmation, they disapparated, McGonagall and Hermione first, followed immediately by Harry, Sharpclaw, and their precious cargo. The familiar compression of apparition seemed extended, as if the magic within the container was interacting with the transportation spell in unusual ways. When they finally rematerialized in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, Harry felt dizzy and disoriented, an uncommon reaction for him after years of magical travel. The family magic influenced the apparition, Sharpclaw explained, noticing his unsteadiness. It recognized the destination as a place where more of itself resides. It tried to help. Indeed, their arrival had been remarkably precise, landing them exactly beside the pedestal where the first repository still pulsed with golden light. Gornick and Nagnok rushed forward, their expressions betraying surprise at the large transport container Harry and Sharpclaw had brought. "You secured the reserve repository," Gornick observed, circling the container with professional interest. "And transported it intact. Most impressive." "We had help," Harry acknowledged, glancing at the chamber entrance. "Arthur Weasley turned out to be an ally. He and Ron should be joining us soon, if they manage to evade Doge and the Aurors." "Elphia's Doge intercepted you?" Nagnok asked sharply. "He tried to prevent us from leaving with the repository," Hermione confirmed. "He was passionate about preserving Dumbledore's system." "Unsurprising," Nagnok said grimly. "According to our research, Doge received one of the largest individual allocations of Potter magic, enough to extend his life well beyond normal wizarding years and enhance his political influence significantly. He has the most to lose if the distributed magic is reclaimed," McGonagall added. "Not just power, but perhaps years of his life." The implications settled heavily on Harry. Reclaiming his family magic wouldn't just mean depriving people of enhanced abilities. For some of the oldest recipients, it might mean facing mortality much sooner than expected. It was one thing to take back stolen power from those who knowingly benefited, it was another to potentially shorten someone's life in the process. As if sensing his conflict, Sharpclaw spoke. "The magic was never theirs to keep, Mr. Potter. Whatever benefits they received were borrowed at best, stolen at worst. The natural order must be restored." Before Harry could respond, a flash of light announced the arrival of a Patronus, a glowing terrier that Harry immediately recognized as Ron's. The spectral dog delivered its message in Ron's voice, "Dad and I are safe. Used emergency port key to burrow. Ministry watching Hogwarts. We'll try to reach you after things cool down. Be careful, Kingsley's issued warrants for all of us except McGonagall. Charges include theft of magical artifacts and endangering national security. Dad says proceed with the extraction, he'll handle political fallout afterward. Good luck." The Patronus dissolved, leaving them in momentary silence before Hermione spoke. "Warrants? They're treating us like criminals for reclaiming Harry's own property. From their perspective, we're interfering with crucial magical infrastructure," McGonagall pointed out. "Systems that have maintained peace and security for years. Systems built on theft," Harry countered. "No matter how beneficial their purpose, they were founded on a fundamental violation. The Ministry will not see it so clearly," Nagnok warned. "Particularly given that the Minister himself benefits from the distributed magic. All the more reason to complete the extraction as quickly as possible," Gornick said. "Once the Potter family magic is fully restored to its rightful wielder, the political situation becomes secondary." "Can we do it now?" Harry asked, eager to proceed before further complications arose. "With both repositories here, plus the portion in the headmistress's office?" The goblins exchanged calculating glances. "Technically possible," Sharpclaw allowed. "Though not without risk. The optimal time would still be the full moon, which is 3 nights away." "We don't have 3 nights," Harry said firmly. "The Ministry knows what we're doing now. They'll move against us long before then." "I agree with Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. "The longer we wait, the greater the chance of interference. If the extraction can be performed immediately, we should proceed." Gornick considered this, his scarred face thoughtful. We can modify the ritual for immediate implementation, but it will require additional safeguards. The surge of returning magic will be more difficult to control without the natural amplification the full moon provides. Whatever is needed, Harry said. I'm ready. Very well, Gornick decided. We will combine the repositories and begin preparations at once. Headmistress, we will need access to the portion in your office as well. I'll retrieve it immediately, McGonagall agreed. Though moving through the castle may be challenging if the Ministry has indeed placed Hogwarts under surveillance. Use the headmaster's way, Hermione suggested. It should allow you to move between your office and this chamber without being detected. McGonagall nodded. A prudent suggestion. I'll return as quickly as possible. As the headmistress departed, Gornick, Nagnok, and Sharpclaw began the complex process of preparing for the extraction ritual. They carefully opened the transport container, revealing the crystal column from the Order headquarters, still pulsing with golden light. Working with meticulous precision, they positioned it beside the original repository, creating a carefully measured triangle that would eventually include the portion from McGonagall's office. The three repositories must be perfectly aligned, Sharpclaw explained as they worked. Each represents a different aspect of the distributed magic. The Founder's Font contains the oldest portion, most deeply connected to Hogwarts itself. The Headmaster's office holds the portion tied to authority and governance. And this new repository contains the portion dedicated to vigilance and protection. Together, they make up approximately 70% of your family's total magic, Nagnok added. The remaining 30% is distributed among individual recipients. Once the main repositories are restored to you, reclaiming those smaller portions will become much easier. Your enhanced magic will naturally draw the remaining fragments back to their source. Harry watched the preparations with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The prospect of finally reclaiming his birthright, of connecting fully with the magic that should have been his all along, was both exhilarating and intimidating. What would he become when the Potter family magic was fully restored? How would it change him? Hermione seemed to sense his thoughts. Are you nervous? She asked quietly, coming to stand beside him. A bit, Harry admitted. It's strange, I've spent my whole life not knowing this magic existed, yet now I feel incomplete without it. Like there's been a hole inside me that I never recognized until I glimpsed what should have filled it. That's the nature of birthright, Sharpclaw said, overhearing his comment. When family magic is properly passed down, the transition is so natural that the recipient never feels its absence. But when it's withheld or stolen, the disconnection creates a void, one that becomes apparent only when reconnection begins. Will I still be me? Harry asked, voicing his deepest concern. After the full restoration. The ancient goblin paused in her work, fixing Harry with her pale, penetrating gaze. You will be more fully yourself than you have ever been, Mr. Potter. Family magic doesn't change one's essential nature, it amplifies and clarifies it. The traits that make you who you are will remain, but they may express themselves more powerfully, more authentically. Your courage, your compassion, your determination, Hermione added. Those come from you, Harry, not your magic. Having your full power restored won't change that. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. Before he could respond further, McGonagall returned, levitating what appeared to be a smaller version of the crystal column they had retrieved from the Order headquarters. This one pulsed with the same golden light, though its pattern flowed differently, more structured, more controlled. The office repository, she confirmed. I encountered no difficulties retrieving it. The castle seems unusually cooperative tonight, almost as if it recognizes what we're attempting. It likely does, Sharpclaw said. Hogwarts has its own form of awareness, built from centuries of accumulated magic. If it perceives that balance is being restored, it may indeed facilitate our efforts. With all three repositories now present, the Goblin team accelerated their preparations. They arranged the three crystal containers in a perfect equilateral triangle, connecting them with lines of silver powder that gleamed in the torchlight. At the center of the triangle, they created a circular platform of pure white marble, inscribed with runes that spiraled inward toward a central point where Harry would stand during the ritual. The physical preparations are nearly complete, Gornik announced after nearly an hour of meticulous work. Now we must align the magical elements. This proved to be even more delicate and complex. The three goblins worked in concert, using specialized instruments to measure and adjust the flow of magic within each repository. Golden threads of energy were carefully drawn out and woven together, creating a latticework of power that connected all three sources while maintaining their individual integrity. Remarkable, Hermione murmured, watching the process with academic fascination. They're essentially creating a magical circuit, a pathway for the power to flow in a controlled manner rather than rushing back all at once. Precisely, Miss Granger, Nagnok confirmed. Uncontrolled restoration could overwhelm Mr. Potter's magical core or scatter portions of the family magic beyond recovery. This approach ensures a managed reintegration. Finally, after hours of preparation, Gornik declared the ritual site ready. The three repositories glowed with synchronized pulses of golden light, the latticework between them stable and responsive. The runic circle at the center awaited its final element, Harry himself. Before we proceed, Sharpclaw said gravely, you should understand what to expect, Mr. Potter. The restoration will occur in waves, beginning with the most compatible aspects of your family magic and progressing to the more complex elements. You will experience intense sensations, physical, magical, and possibly mental or emotional. Mental? Harry questioned. Family magic carries impressions, echoes of past wielders, Sharpclaw explained. Not memories in the conventional sense, but resonances. You may experience flashes of insight or understanding that come from your ancestors' experiences with the magic. The process will last approximately 3 hours, Gornik added. During that time, you must remain within the central circle. We will monitor the flow and make adjustments as needed, but you will be the primary controller of the integration. How? Harry asked. What do I need to do? Simply accept, Sharpclaw said. Open yourself to the magic without resistance. It knows where it belongs, your role is to welcome it home. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself. After all the deception, all the manipulation, all the years of being denied his birthright, the moment of restoration was finally at hand. Whatever challenges the ritual might bring, he was ready to face them. Let's begin, he said simply. Sharpclaw nodded and gestured for Harry to take his position at the center of the runic circle. He stepped carefully onto the white marble platform, feeling a subtle vibration beneath his feet as the runes responded to his presence. The three repositories seemed to brighten at his proximity, the golden light within them surging toward him like eager pets recognizing their master. Remove your outer robes, Gornik instructed. The magic will flow more freely with less physical barrier. Harry complied, stripping down to a simple shirt and trousers. The chamber's cool air raised goosebumps on his skin, though whether from temperature or anticipation, he couldn't tell. The three goblins took positions at the points of the triangle, directly behind each repository. McGonagall and Hermione stood well back from the ritual area, observing with mixture of concern and fascination. We begin, Sharpclaw announced, raising her ancient hands. The other goblins mirrored her gesture, and together they began an incantation in gobbledygook, low, rhythmic syllables that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the chamber. The repositories responded immediately. The golden light within them brightened, pulsing faster, more eagerly. The latticework of energy connecting them began to glow more intensely, the threads thickening and solidifying into channels that converged toward the central circle where Harry stood. Open yourself, Mr. Potter, Sharpclaw directed between phrases of the incantation. Reach out to your magic. Call it home. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation he'd experienced when the partial restoration had been performed, that sense of recognition, of rightness. He extended his awareness toward the repositories, not physically but magically, creating a connection between his core and the stolen power that had once been part of his birthright. I am Harry James Potter, he projected, not in words but in pure intent. Last of the Potter line. I reclaim what is mine by blood and birth. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The golden light surged from all three repositories simultaneously, flowing along the prepared channels toward the central circle. As it reached the runic inscriptions at Harry's feet, the magic spiraled upward, following the pattern carved into the marble, climbing toward him like a glowing serpent of pure power. The first touch was gentle, tentative, almost. A tendril of golden light brushed against his hand, sending a spark of warmth through his skin. Then another touched his other hand, and another his chest, his shoulders, his face. Each contact brought a flash of sensation, not pain, but intensity that bordered on overwhelming. Then the tendrils thickened, becoming streams that flowed into him from all directions. Harry gasped as the magic penetrated his skin, seeping into his very being. It was both familiar and foreign, like meeting a close relative for the first time, someone whose features mirrored his own yet whose personality remained unknown. Images flashed through his mind as the magic merged with his core, a dark-haired man standing before a forge, hammering glowing metal into a shape that seemed to capture light itself. A woman with his green eyes raising her wand against a horde of dark creatures, her spell creating a wall of golden flame that drove them back. A wizard who resembled his father tracing complex runes on the walls of a newly built home, wards of protection and concealment flowing from his fingertips. Ancestors. Potters who had wielded this same magic, whose experiences and talents had shaped it over generations. Not full memories, but impressions, snapshots of the magic's history that helped Harry understand its nature and purpose. The flow intensified, the golden light now streaming into him in a continuous flood. Harry felt his magical core expanding, restructuring itself to accommodate the influx of power. It was exhilarating and terrifying simultaneously, like having a missing limb suddenly restored, functional but unfamiliar. The first wave is integrating successfully, he heard Gornick report, his voice seeming to come from a great distance. Core receptivity is optimal. Proceed to secondary phase, Sharpclaw directed. The goblins shifted their incantation, the rhythm changing to something more complex, more urgent. In response, the flow of magic altered, becoming not just more powerful but more structured. This wasn't raw magical energy now, but specific abilities, talents, and affinities that had been cultivated by generations of potters. Harry felt them settle into him like puzzle pieces finding their proper place, an intuitive understanding of transfiguration that made the subject suddenly clear in ways years of study never had. A connection to defensive magic that transformed shields and wards from memorized spells into extensions of his will. An affinity for elemental manipulation, particularly fire and air, that resonated with his natural tendencies. Each new aspect integrated, then triggered a cascade of adjustments throughout his magical core, creating connections and resonances that expanded his capabilities in ways he couldn't yet fully comprehend. It was like having a language he'd struggled to learn suddenly become his mother tongue, concepts that had been challenging were now intuitive. The ritual continued, the flow of magic constant but changing in subtle ways as different aspects of the family power were restored. Time lost meaning for Harry, his awareness narrowed to the sensations of integration and expansion occurring within him. There was discomfort at times, even pain when particularly complex elements of the magic encountered resistance from patterns established during his years of operating with diminished power. But the overall experience was one of rightness, of becoming more fully himself with each passing moment. Final phase approaching, Sharpclaw announced, her voice penetrating Harry's trance-like state. This will be the most challenging integration. Prepare yourself, Mr. Potter. Harry had barely processed the warning when the nature of the inflowing magic changed dramatically. The golden light darkened, becoming deeper, richer, almost bronze in hue. This was the oldest, most primal layer of the Potter family magic, developed in times when survival required harsher measures and more dangerous abilities. It slammed into him with shocking force, flooding his system with power that felt wild, untamed. Images flashed through his mind more rapidly now, darker and more violent, a Potter ancestor standing on a battlefield, his magic tearing through enemy lines like a physical force. A witch with his mother's build but his father's features, weaving curses of such complexity that the air around her shimmered with contained power. An ancient wizard performing blood magic that would be considered dark in the modern era, but which saved his family and village from a magical plague. Harry staggered, nearly falling as this primal magic fought for dominance within him. It wasn't evil, family magic never was, but it was powerful and demanding, shaped by centuries of survival in harsher times. It required not just acceptance but mastery, a firm hand to guide its wilder aspects toward constructive use. "He's struggling with the primal layer," Nagnok observed with concern. "The integration is becoming unstable." "Mr. Potter," Sharpclaw called out. "You must assert your will. This magic is yours to command, not to be commanded by." Harry heard her, but speaking seemed impossible, breathing difficult enough as the bronze-gold magic surged through him like a storm. It was testing him, he realized, challenging his worthiness to wield the full power of his bloodline. Where the earlier phases had sought harmony, this final phase demanded dominance, either his over it, or its over him. Drawing on reserves of will that had helped him survive Voldemort, Umbridge, and countless other threats, Harry mentally grappled with the wild magic. "I am Harry Potter," he projected forcefully. "Last of my line, heir to this power. You will serve me, as you served my ancestors." For a moment, the magic seemed to intensify its resistance, the bronze light flaring around him like solar flares. Then, gradually, it began to yield, not surrendering, but acknowledging his authority. The wild surges calmed, the flood becoming a steady, controlled flow that integrated more smoothly with his core. "He's done it," Gornik said with something like respect in his gruff voice. "The primal layer is accepting his mastery." The final phase of integration proceeded more harmoniously after that, the remaining magic flowing into Harry in a steady stream that filled the last empty spaces in his expanded magical core. As the repositories emptied, their golden light dimming and finally fading entirely, Harry felt a sense of completion unlike anything he'd experienced before. When the last thread of magic had been absorbed, he opened his eyes to find the chamber transformed. Or rather, his perception of it had transformed. He could see the magic now, not just feel it, but actually perceive the currents of power that flowed through the ancient stones, the protective enchantments that had guarded this place for centuries, even the individual magical signatures of everyone present. "The ritual is complete," Sharpclaw announced, lowering her hands. The other goblins did the same, the incantation finally ceasing after hours of continuous chanting. Harry took a tentative step, testing his balance. His body felt simultaneously lighter and more substantial, as if the added magic had both enhanced and grounded him. Energy coursed through him, not the frenetic buzz of adrenaline but a deep, steady power that felt like it could last indefinitely. "Harry?" Hermione approached cautiously, her expression concerned. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" He considered the question, searching for words to describe the transformation. "Complete," he finally said, his voice deeper and more resonant than before. "Like I've been seeing in black and white all my life, and suddenly everything is in color." "The restoration appears successful," Gornik observed, using various instruments to measure Harry's magical output. "Full integration achieved with minimal disruption." "There will be an adjustment period," Sharpclaw cautioned. "Your body and mind need time to fully adapt to your restored power. Certain abilities may manifest unexpectedly as the magic settles." Harry nodded, already noticing subtle changes in how his magic responded to his thoughts. Even simple spells seemed to require less effort, less focused intent, as if the connection between his will and his power had become more direct. "What about the distributed portions?" McGonagall asked, approaching the ritual area now that the powerful energies had dissipated. "The magic Albus gave to Order members and others." As predicted, the restoration of the major repositories has created a natural recall effect, Nagnok explained, consulting one of his devices. "The smaller portions will be drawn back to Mr. Potter over the coming days, pulled by the magnetic effect of the reunified core." "Will it hurt them?" Harry asked, his concern genuine despite everything. "The people who received portions, will losing them cause them harm? Sharpclaw considered the question. Discomfort, certainly. Possibly weakness or temporary magical instability. For the oldest recipients, like Elphia's Doge, the loss of decades of magical enhancement might indeed have more serious consequences. But not immediate death. Harry pressed. No, Sharpclaw assured him. The magic will withdraw gradually enough to allow their systems to adjust. They will be returned to their natural state, no more, no less. Harry was relieved. Despite his determination to reclaim what was rightfully his, he had no desire to cause permanent harm to those who had, in many cases, unwittingly benefited from Dumbledore's theft. We should leave the chamber, McGonagall suggested. The ritual's completion will have been detected by the castle's own magical monitoring systems. If the Ministry has indeed placed Hogwarts under surveillance, they may already be responding. Agreed, Harry said. But we can't simply walk out the front gates. Not with warrants issued for our arrest. I believe I can offer a solution, Sharpclaw said. The Goblin tunnels that brought you here extend throughout Britain. We can use them to reach a secure location where you can consider your next steps without immediate pressure from the Ministry. Gringotts? Hermione guessed. Not directly, Sharpclaw said with a hint of a smile. But a facility under Goblin control, where wizard authorities cannot simply demand entry. From there, you can communicate safely with your allies and determine how best to address the political situation. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione. The prospect of temporary sanctuary was appealing, a chance to adjust to his restored magic and plan his response to the Ministry's actions without the pressure of imminent arrest. What about Ron and Mr. Weasley? Hermione asked. And Professor McGonagall, will she be safe remaining at Hogwarts? As headmistress, I have certain protections, McGonagall assured her. The Ministry cannot remove me without cause and due process. As for the Weasleys, Arthur has considerable political capital despite his modest position. I believe they can weather this storm, particularly if we move quickly to reveal the truth about what Dumbledore did. Then we accept your offer, Harry told Sharpclaw. But this can't be a permanent solution. I won't spend my life in hiding, not when I've done nothing wrong. Of course not, the ancient goblin agreed. This is merely a tactical retreat, not a surrender. Once your magic has stabilized and you've gathered your allies, you can confront the Ministry from a position of strength rather than vulnerability. As they prepared to depart, gathering what evidence they had collected and ensuring no trace of the ritual remained, Harry approached the now empty crystal containers that had held his family magic. They stood dark and lifeless, their purpose fulfilled. What will happen to these? He asked Gornik, who was carefully packing away his instruments. They can be returned to your family vault, the Cursebreaker suggested. As artifacts of historical significance, if nothing else. A reminder of what was taken and ultimately restored. Harry nodded, touching one of the containers briefly. Despite everything, he felt oddly grateful for them, these vessels that had, however unwillingly, preserved his birthright until he could reclaim it. Let's go, he said, turning away from the remnants of Dumbledore's theft and toward whatever future awaited him now that his true power had been restored. We have much to plan. The Goblin facility proved to be a surprisingly comfortable compound hidden beneath the Lake District, accessible only through the extensive tunnel network that Sharpclaw navigated with practiced ease. Built during the Goblin rebellions as a strategic headquarters, it had since been converted to a research station and occasional diplomatic meeting ground when neutral territory was required. Harry and Hermione were provided private quarters, simple but adequate, with the understanding that they would remain as honored guests until the political situation clarified. Gornik and Nagnok returned to Gringotts to manage the financial aspects of the situation, while Sharpclaw stayed to monitor Harry's adjustment to his restored magic. The first few days were challenging. Harry's enhanced power fluctuated unpredictably as his system adapted to its new capacity. Simple spells sometimes produced explosive results, while more complex magic occasionally flowed with effortless precision. The Goblin facility, fortunately, contains specialized training rooms designed to withstand magical accidents, allowing Harry to practice safely under Sharpclaw's watchful guidance. Your control improves daily, the ancient goblin observed on the fourth morning, as Harry successfully performed a series of increasingly complex transfigurations without the wild surges that had characterized his earlier attempts. The integration is proceeding as expected. It feels more natural now, Harry agreed, transforming a wooden block into a perfect crystal replica of Hogwarts Castle, complete with miniature lights in the windows. Less like trying to control a flood and more like directing a river. The crystal castle glittered in the torchlight, reflecting Harry's enhanced magical perception in its intricate details. He could now see and manipulate aspects of magic that had previously been invisible to him, layering enchantments with a precision that would have been impossible before the restoration. You begin to access the ancestral knowledge, Sharpclaw noted with approval. The magical techniques developed by generations of potters, preserved within the family magic itself. It was true. During his practice sessions, Harry occasionally experienced what he had come to think of as magical memories, not conscious recollections, but intuitive understanding of spells and techniques he had never formally learned. It was as if the accumulated expertise of his ancestors had become a reference library he could access instinctively when needed. Meanwhile, Hermione had established secure communication with Ron and Arthur Weasley, using a goblin-enhanced version of the protean charm that even the Ministry's best detection methods couldn't trace. The news they shared was both concerning and encouraging. The Ministry's in chaos, Hermione reported, returning from her latest communication session. According to Ron, at least a dozen high-ranking officials have experienced sudden magical illness, weakness, instability, difficulty casting spells they previously mastered. The recall effect, Harry understood immediately. Their borrowed portions of my family magic are returning to me. Exactly, Hermione confirmed. Kingsley himself has apparently been affected, along with several department heads and Wizengamot members. The official explanation is a magical virus, but rumors are spreading about the real cause. And Dumbledore's legacy? Harry asked. Has that been affected? Significantly, Hermione said with satisfaction. Arthur says the Prophet has begun investigating discrepancies in the official history, questions about how certain victories during the wars were achieved, how specific individuals rose to prominence so rapidly. The foundation is being laid for public revelation of the truth. What about the warrants for our arrest? Harry pressed. Have they been withdrawn? Not officially, Hermione admitted. But according to Arthur, enforcement has been quietly deprioritized. With so many senior officials struggling with magical instability, they have more immediate concerns than pursuing us. It was a start, at least. Harry knew that eventually he would need to confront the Ministry directly, to present the evidence of Dumbledore's theft and demand not just exoneration but acknowledgement of the injustice done to him and his family. But for now, this period of adjustment and preparation served him well. On the seventh day after the ritual, as Harry's control over his enhanced magic stabilized into a new normal, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Goblin facility, Bill Weasley, looking somewhat uncomfortable in the underground setting but determined nonetheless. Bill, Harry greeted him with genuine pleasure but some caution. According to Dumbledore's ledger, the eldest Weasley son had received a small portion of the Potter family magic to enhance his curse-breaking abilities. How did you find us? Gringotts sent me, Bill explained. Officially, I'm here to conduct a security assessment of the facility. Unofficially, I'm delivering a message from several parties who wish to meet with you. What parties? Hermione asked, joining them in the facility's small reception area. A coalition, of sorts, Bill said. People affected by the recall of the Potter magic who want to discuss resolution rather than confrontation. Including Minister Shacklebolt. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. Kingsley wants to talk. Last I heard, he was trying to have us arrested. He's had time to reconsider, Bill said diplomatically. Particularly as the effects of losing his enhanced magic have forced him to confront certain inconsistencies in his rise to power. And the others? Hermione pressed. Who else is part of this coalition? McGonagall, representing Hogwarts. My father, representing those Order members who support your claim. Gawain Robards from Magical Law Enforcement, who's experiencing the recall effects himself but recognizes the legal validity of your position. Bill hesitated before adding, and Elphia's Doge. Doge? Harry asked incredulously. The man tried to stop us from recovering the repository at the Order headquarters. He's Dumbledore's most devoted supporter. He was, Bill acknowledged. But the recall has hit him hardest of all. He's aged decades in a week as the borrowed magic returns to you. It's forced him to confront uncomfortable truths about his friendship with Dumbledore and the source of his longevity. Harry considered this. The prospect of facing those who had benefited from his stolen magic, of negotiating rather than simply reclaiming, was complex. Part of him, the part influenced by the primal layer of his family magic, wanted simply to take back what was his without compromise. But another part, perhaps the aspect that had always defined him most clearly, saw the value in resolution that didn't require further conflict. What kind of meeting are they proposing? He asked finally. And where? I'm not walking into the ministry to be arrested. Neutral ground, Bill assured him. The meeting would be held here, actually. The Goblins have agreed to host it as a diplomatic courtesy, with magical guarantees of safe conduct for all parties. Harry glanced at Hermione, who gave a small nod of encouragement. When? He asked. Tomorrow, Bill replied. If you're willing. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. Tell them I'll meet with them. But make it clear, I'm not negotiating whether I keep my family magic. That's non-negotiable. We're discussing how to manage the transition and address Dumbledore's legacy publicly. I'll convey your terms, Bill promised. As he turned to leave, he paused. For what it's worth, Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't know the enhancements Dumbledore offered came from your family's stolen magic. None of us did, at least, not those of us who received smaller portions. I believe you, Harry said sincerely. And I don't blame you or your family, Bill. This was Dumbledore's doing, not yours. After Bill departed, Harry sought out Sharpclaw to inform her of the impending meeting. The ancient goblin received the news with characteristic pragmatism. A diplomatic resolution would be preferable to prolonged conflict, she acknowledged. Particularly given your restored position. You negotiate now from strength, not weakness. Will my magic be fully stabilized by tomorrow? Harry asked. Sufficiently, Sharpclaw assured him. You have mastered the fundamental control. The finer aspects of your enhanced abilities will continue to develop over months, perhaps years, but you can present yourself confidently tomorrow without risk of magical instability. That evening, Harry spent hours preparing with Hermione, reviewing the evidence they had gathered and formulating their approach to the negotiations. The ledger detailing Dumbledore's distribution scheme, the memories they had recovered from his private study, and the analysis provided by the Goblin team all pointed to the same conclusion, a systematic theft that had shaped Wizarding Britain for decades. We need to be clear about our objectives, Hermione said as they organized their materials. What exactly do you want from this meeting, beyond acknowledgement of your right to your family magic? Harry considered the question carefully. Justice, he said finally. Not revenge, but true accountability. Dumbledore's actions need to be publicly acknowledged, not covered up to protect his legacy or the stability of the current government. And for those who benefited? Hermione pressed. What do you want from them? Honesty, Harry decided. Public acknowledgement of how their positions and abilities were artificially enhanced. I don't want to destroy people's lives or careers, but I won't allow the deception to continue either. Hermione nodded approval. A balanced approach. It gives room for negotiation without compromising on the fundamental principle. And what about you? Harry asked suddenly. You were on Dumbledore's list for Phase 4, you would have received a portion of my family magic if he had lived longer. How do you feel about all this? Hermione's expression turned thoughtful. Violated, in a way, even though it never happened. The idea that he planned to enhance my intelligence without my knowledge or consent. She shook her head. It makes me question everything, my abilities, my achievements. Were they noticing me because of my actual talent, or because I fit into Dumbledore's plan for the next generation? Your achievements are yours, Harry said firmly. No one who knows you could ever doubt that. She smiled gratefully. The same is true for you, you know. Even without your full family magic, you accomplished extraordinary things. The restoration doesn't diminish that, it just makes me wonder what you might have been capable of all along if Dumbledore hadn't interfered. The question lingered between them, unanswerable but provocative. How different might Harry's life have been if he had grown up with his full magical heritage intact? How many struggles might have been easier? How many losses might have been prevented? But such speculations were ultimately fruitless. The past couldn't be changed, only acknowledged, learned from, and eventually set aside in favor of the future. And tomorrow would be the first step in shaping that future. The Goblin Facilities conference chamber had been arranged for diplomatic negotiations, with a circular table that eliminated any implied hierarchy among the participants. Harry arrived early, dressed in formal robes that Sharpclaw had somehow procured for him, deep green embroidered with the Potter crest in gold thread. The ancient goblin had insisted on proper ceremonial attire, arguing that Harry needed to present himself not just as an individual but as the head of an ancient magical family reclaiming its rightful position. Hermione joined him, similarly formal in blue robes that complemented his own. Together, they reviewed their evidence one final time while waiting for the other participants to arrive. They came together, a somber procession led by Kingsley Shacklebolt. The minister looked diminished somehow, still imposing in his physical presence, but lacking the aura of magical authority that had always surrounded him. Behind him came McGonagall, Arthur Weasley, Gawain Robards, and finally, supported between two aides, Elphias Doge. Harry barely recognized Dumbledore's oldest friend. Where Doge had been elderly but spry just weeks earlier, he now appeared ancient and frail. His skin hung in loose folds, his hands trembled continuously, and his eyes, once sharp despite his age, were rheumy and unfocused. The recall of the Potter magic, which had artificially sustained him for decades, had allowed natural aging to reassert itself with devastating speed. Sharpclaw entered last, representing both the Goblin Nation and the neutral hosting party. She took a position at the table that marked her as facilitator rather than participant. This diplomatic conference is now in session, she announced formally. All parties have agreed to the terms of conduct, which include magical guarantees of truthfulness and non-aggression for the duration of these proceedings. As the neutral facilitator, I will maintain order and ensure that all voices are heard. Kingsley spoke first, his deep voice steady despite his obviously weakened state. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Harry. Given the circumstances, many in your position might have refused. I've never wanted conflict, Minister, Harry replied evenly. Only justice and the restoration of what was wrongfully taken from my family. A reasonable position, Kingsley acknowledged. One that recent events have forced me to consider more thoroughly than I might have otherwise. He gestured subtly to himself, acknowledging his diminished magical state. The recall effect has been educational. For all of us, McGonagall added. Those of us who received portions of your family magic, however unwittingly, are experiencing firsthand the significance of what was taken from you. Which brings us to the purpose of this meeting, Arthur Weasley said, looking more formal than Harry had ever seen him in midnight blue ministry robes. Not to dispute Mr. Potter's right to his family magic, that is established beyond question by both law and magic itself, but to discuss how we address the consequences of its restoration. Consequences that extend far beyond individual discomfort, Robards added in his clipped, professional tone. Certain key magical infrastructure has been compromised by the recall. Security systems, monitoring networks, even some of the ministry's core functions were enhanced by the distributed Potter magic. Their sudden degradation creates potential vulnerabilities in our society. Vulnerabilities created by Dumbledore's theft, Hermione pointed out sharply. Harry isn't responsible for fixing systems that were illegitimately built using his stolen family magic. No one is suggesting he bears responsibility, Kingsley said, raising a hand in a placating gesture. But we all share an interest in maintaining magical security during this transition. That's one aspect we hope to discuss today. Along with the broader question of how Dumbledore's actions will be presented to the public, McGonagall added. There are significant implications for Hogwarts, for the Order of the Phoenix, and for wizarding history itself. You mean you want to protect Dumbledore's reputation, Harry said directly. To minimize what he did. No, Doge spoke for the first time, his voice a papery whisper that nonetheless commanded attention. We want the truth told, all of it. Including my own complicity. The admission shocked Harry into silence. Doge, of all people, Dumbledore's most steadfast defender, now advocated for full disclosure. The recall has given me clarity I lacked before, Doge continued, his trembling hands clutching the edge of the table for support. For decades, I justified Albus's actions, even when evidence of his manipulations became apparent. I told myself it was necessary for the greater good. A bitter smile crossed his withered face. Now I recognize that much of that conviction came from the magic itself, from the portion he gave me, which aligned my thinking with his own. A subtle form of influence, Sharpclaw commented. Not direct control, but significant persuasion nonetheless. And now? Harry asked, studying Doge intently. Now I see more clearly, Doge replied. The brilliant, compassionate friend I loved all my life was also capable of terrible arrogance and moral compromise. Both truths exist simultaneously, and both should be acknowledged. It was a more nuanced position than Harry had expected from Dumbledore's most devoted supporter. Perhaps the recall had indeed brought clarity, or perhaps the proximity of his own mortality had inspired honesty. What exactly are you proposing? Hermione asked, directing the question to the entire group. A coordinated disclosure, Kingsley replied. Beginning with an official ministry acknowledgement of the theft and an apology to you, Harry, as the injured party. Followed by a detailed accounting of how the Potter magic was used and who benefited, willingly or unwittingly. Including ourselves, McGonagall added. Those of us at this table would be the first to publicly acknowledge our enhanced abilities and accept the consequences of their loss. In return, Robards continued, we ask for your cooperation in managing the security transition. Your expertise, and your restored magic, could be invaluable in reconfiguring the protections that were previously powered by the distributed Potter magic. And you want my public forgiveness, Harry guessed, seeing the unspoken request in their expressions. My blessing on a narrative that acknowledges Dumbledore's wrong but preserves some measure of his legacy. Not forgiveness, Arthur corrected gently. Understanding, perhaps. Recognition that good people can make terrible mistakes, and that Dumbledore's achievements, which were considerable, despite his flaws, need not be entirely erased by this revelation. Harry considered their proposal carefully. Part of him, the part still raw from the betrayal, wanted to reject any compromise that might soften the public condemnation of Dumbledore's actions. But another part recognized the wisdom in a measured approach that focused on truth and accountability rather than vengeance. I'll agree to a coordinated disclosure, he said finally. And I'll help address the security vulnerabilities created by the recall. But I have conditions of my own. Name them, Kingsley invited. First, absolute transparency, Harry stated firmly. Everything we've discovered about Dumbledore's actions must be made public, the full distribution list, the purposes for which my family magic was used, all of it. No redactions to protect reputations or prevent embarrassment. The minister nodded, though Harry noted the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested discomfort with the condition. Second, legal immunity for everyone involved in helping me recover my magic, Harry continued. The warrants against us are withdrawn immediately, with public acknowledgement that we acted legitimately to reclaim stolen property. Agreed, Robards said before Kingsley could respond. That's simply a matter of legal correctness. Your actions were justified under wizarding law regarding family magic and inheritance. Third, Harry said, reaching the most important condition, a complete review of all magical systems and institutions that were enhanced or influenced by the distributed Potter magic. Everything Dumbledore built using what he stole needs to be examined and either legitimately reconstructed or dismantled. This caused visible discomfort among the Ministry representatives. That's extensive, Kingsley said carefully. Some of those systems are integral to how our society functions. Then they should be rebuilt properly, Hermione interjected. With transparent oversight and legitimate magical foundations, not stolen power. It may take years, Robards warned. Then it takes years, Harry said simply. The important thing is committing to the process. No more shortcuts, no more greater good justifications for cutting corners or violating individual rights. Arthur Weasley was nodding slowly, approval clear in his expression. It's the right approach, he told his colleagues. An opportunity to rebuild on stronger, more ethical foundations. After further discussion and some negotiation of specific details, they reached agreement on all points. The disclosure would begin the following week with a formal ministry statement, followed by a press conference at which Harry himself would speak. A joint commission would be established to review all systems and institutions affected by the recall, with representatives from the Ministry, Hogwarts, the Goblin Nation, and Harry himself participating equally in the decision-making. As the meeting concluded and the participants prepared to depart, Doge asked to speak privately with Harry. The others stepped away, giving them a moment of relative privacy at one end of the conference table. There's something you should know, Doge said, his voice barely above a whisper. Something not in the ledger or the memories you found. Harry leaned closer to hear the elderly wizard. What is it? Albus regretted what he did to you, Doge said. Not enough to undo it, he believed too firmly in the necessity of his system for that. But in his final years, particularly after the ring cursed him, he expressed remorse in private. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, uncertain whether to believe the claim or how to feel about it if true. Because understanding Albus requires recognizing his complexity, Doge replied. He could commit terrible violations in service to his vision while simultaneously feeling genuine affection for those he wronged. Both aspects were real. The man who stole your birthright also cared deeply for you as a person. That makes it worse, Harry said after a moment. Not better. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He knew it hurt me. He did it anyway. Doge nodded slowly. Yes. That is the ultimate tragedy of Albus Dumbledore. His greatest flaw was believing that his judgment superseded all other considerations, even his own conscience. The elderly wizard's rheumy eyes fixed on Harry with surprising intensity. Don't make the same mistake, Mr. Potter. With your family magic restored, you now possess power few living wizards can match. Remember that being right doesn't automatically make your actions justifiable. It was a warning Harry hadn't expected, certainly not from Dumbledore's oldest friend. Yet it resonated with concerns he'd already felt as his power had expanded. The Potter family magic gave him capabilities that could easily lead to the same kind of overconfidence that had corrupted Dumbledore. I'll remember, he promised, and meant it. After the delegations departed, Harry and Hermione remained in the conference chamber with Sharpclaw, discussing the agreements reached and planning their next steps. The negotiation went better than expected, Hermione observed. I thought there would be more resistance to full disclosure. The recall effect altered the dynamic, Sharpclaw noted. Those who received significant portions of the Potter magic are experiencing not just physical weakening but cognitive shifts as the influence that aligned them with Dumbledore's perspective diminishes. They see more clearly now what they were unable or unwilling to recognize before. Including Doge, Harry said, still puzzling over their brief private exchange. I never expected him, of all people, to advocate for exposing the full truth about Dumbledore. Proximity to death often inspires honesty, Sharpclaw said with the casual wisdom of extreme age. He seeks to make amends while he still can. Do you think he was telling the truth about Dumbledore's remorse? Harry asked. The ancient goblin considered the question. Likely, yes. Dumbledore was complex enough to regret his actions while continuing to believe in their necessity. Such contradiction is common in powerful wizards who live long enough to see the consequences of their choices without being willing to admit fundamental errors in judgment. It was a perspective Harry would need time to process, the idea that Dumbledore could simultaneously care for him and systematically violate his birthright. That complexity didn't excuse the actions, but it did make them more comprehensible as human failings rather than purely malevolent choices. What happens now? Hermione asked pragmatically. Do we return to the wizarding world openly? Continue with the disclosure plan as agreed? Yes, Harry decided after a moment's consideration. No more hiding. My family magic is restored, the truth is emerging, and it's time to move forward. He turned to Sharpclaw. Can you arrange transport back to London tomorrow? I think it's time I visited my family vault properly, as its rightful master. The ancient goblin nodded, a hint of approval in her pale eyes. The Potter vault awaits its heir, fully restored at last. It will recognize you differently now, respond to you more completely. There are aspects of your inheritance that were inaccessible to you before, when your magic was diminished. What aspects? Harry asked, intrigued. Family grimoires containing magic that responds only to those with the full Potter magical signature. Enchanted artifacts that activate only for those recognized as true Potter heirs. And possibly, she added with what might have been a smile, messages left by your ancestors for future generations, magical imprints that can only be perceived by those carrying the complete family magic. The possibility of connecting with his family in this new way, of accessing knowledge and perhaps even messages left specifically for future Potters, filled Harry with anticipation that outweighed any lingering anger or resentment about Dumbledore's theft. His birthright was restored. His family's legacy was his to explore and develop as he saw fit. Then it's decided, he said. Tomorrow, we return to the world. Not as fugitives, but as witnesses to the truth, however uncomfortable that truth might be for some. The following week unfolded with a rapidity that left the wizarding world reeling. As agreed, the Ministry issued a formal statement acknowledging the theft of the Potter family magic and apologizing for its role in perpetuating systems built upon that theft. Kingsley spoke with a humility few had ever witnessed from the normally confident minister, publicly accepting his own unwitting complicity and pledging to rebuild the affected institutions on more ethical foundations. The press conference that followed was something of a spectacle, with journalists from across the wizarding world crowding the Ministry atrium to hear Harry Potter himself address the revelations. Standing at the podium, his restored magic a tangible presence that even ordinary witches and wizards could sense, Harry spoke with a clarity and authority that commanded absolute attention. For too long, the wizarding world has operated on principles that contradict our stated values, he told the assembled crowd. We claim to respect magical rights and heritage while accepting institutions built on theft and manipulation. We praise leaders who achieve the greater good without examining the methods they employed. That ends today. The subsequent disclosure of Dumbledore's distribution scheme, the ledger entries detailing who received portions of the Potter magic and for what purposes, created shock waves throughout wizarding society. Prominent figures who had built careers on their exceptional magical abilities were revealed to have been artificially enhanced. Heroes of both wizarding wars were shown to have benefited from powers not naturally their own. Some reacted with denial and anger. Others, like Arthur Weasley, stepped forward voluntarily to acknowledge their unwitting participation and commit to earning their positions through legitimate means. Elphia's Doge gave a single interview to the Prophet before his death 3 weeks after the meeting with Harry, an unflinching account of his friendship with Dumbledore that neither demonized nor sanitized the complex wizard who had shaped the century. Hogwarts underwent its own reckoning. McGonagall established a commission to examine how the school's systems had been influenced by the stolen Potter magic and to create legitimate replacements for the protections that had depended on it. The headmistress herself stepped down from her position a year later, acknowledging that her authority had been partially derived from magical enhancement she hadn't earned. The goblins, for their part, gained considerable respect and influence for their role in uncovering and rectifying the theft. Relations between Gringotts and the wizarding government improved as the bank's expertise in magical heritage law became central to the reconstruction efforts. Sharpclaw, Gornik, and Nagnok were officially recognized for their service to magical justice, a rare honor for goblins in the human-dominated society. As for Harry himself, the restoration of his family magic opened paths he had never imagined possible. His exploration of the Potter Vault revealed not just wealth and artifacts, but a rich heritage of magical innovation and ethical development that spanned centuries. The family grimoires contained spells and techniques developed by generations of Potters, many of which had been lost to the wider wizarding world when Dumbledore's theft interrupted the natural transmission of knowledge. Most precious of all were the imprints, magical recordings left by ancestors for their descendants. Harry spent months in the vault, communing with these echoes of the past. His grandparents, Fleamont and Euphemia, had left particularly detailed messages, sharing family history and personal reflections meant for the grandchild they had never met. These connections to his past helped Harry understand not just where he came from, but who he might become now that his full magical heritage had been restored. The recall of the distributed magic continued gradually over the following year. As each portion returned to Harry, his abilities expanded and refined, guided by the accumulated knowledge embedded within the family magic itself. He found himself drawn to areas his ancestors had excelled in, particularly defensive magic, warding, and certain branches of transfiguration that blurred the line between material manipulation and enchantment. Though offered numerous positions within the Reformed ministry, including, eventually, consideration as a future minister of magic himself, Harry chose a different path. Drawing on both his restored heritage and his own unique experiences, he established the Potter Foundation for Magical Ethics, an independent organization dedicated to examining the relationship between magical power and moral responsibility. Magic without ethical guidance is just power, he explained at the Foundation's opening ceremony, held appropriately at Hogwarts 3 years after the Restoration. And power without accountability inevitably corrupts. My own family's story demonstrates both the cost of that corruption and the possibility of restoration and reform. The Foundation quickly became a respected voice in wizarding society, consulted on matters ranging from magical education to international magical law. Under Harry's leadership, it helped develop new frameworks for understanding magical rights and responsibilities, frameworks that explicitly rejected Dumbledore's greater good philosophy in favor of principles that respected individual magical autonomy while acknowledging collective obligations. On a personal level, Harry's relationships evolved as well. Ron and Hermione remained his closest friends, though all three had changed significantly through their experiences. Ron found his own path in the Reformed Aura Department, bringing a perspective shaped by his family's unwitting involvement in Dumbledore's system. Hermione's brilliant mind, free from any potential magical enhancement, continued to drive reform within the ministry's legal department. His connection to the Weasley family as a whole remained strong, though complexified by the revelations about Molly and Arthur's unwitting receipt of portions of his family magic. After initial awkwardness, they reached a new understanding based on mutual respect and honesty rather than the somewhat idealized familial relationship of his youth. And the wizarding world itself changed, not overnight, but steadily. The revelations about Dumbledore's methods forced a re-examination of other accepted practices and institutions. Systems built on exploitation or manipulation, previously justified by tradition or necessity, faced new scrutiny and often substantial reform. It wasn't a perfect transformation. Resistance remained, particularly from those who had benefited most from the old order. Some still defended Dumbledore's actions as necessary sacrifices for collective security. Others attempted to rebuild power structures similar to those that had been dismantled, just with different justifications. But the fundamental conversation had shifted. Questions of magical ethics, once relegated to academic debates or dismissed as impractical idealism, now stood at the center of wizarding governance and education. The simple but profound idea that magical power carried inherent responsibilities, to oneself, to one's heritage, and to the wider community, became a cornerstone of the emerging social order. 5 years after the Restoration, on the anniversary of his parents' deaths, Harry visited Godric's Hollow alone. Standing before their graves, his fully restored magic humming harmoniously within him, he felt a sense of completion that had eluded him throughout his earlier life. "It's done," he told them quietly. "Our family magic is whole again. Our legacy continues." He placed a hand on the cold stone that bore their names. "I hope you'd be proud of how it's being used now, not stolen or hidden away, but active in the world, guided by the values you fought for." As he spoke, his enhanced magical senses detected a subtle shift in the ambient energy around the gravesite, a resonance between his restored family magic and something embedded in the sacred ground. Acting on intuition, Harry channeled a small portion of his power into his palm and pressed it against his parents' headstone. The stone warmed beneath his touch. Golden light, the distinctive hue of Potter family magic, seeped from the edges of the marker, forming intricate patterns that surrounded Harry in a gentle, luminous embrace. A message, he realized. Left by his parents in the one place they knew he would eventually visit, accessible only when his family magic was fully restored. Not words or images, but pure magical intent, love, pride, connection. Emotions encoded in magic that could be preserved indefinitely and experienced directly by one who shared their magical signature. Harry closed his eyes, allowing the magical message to flow through him completely. It wasn't a conversation, his parents were truly gone, but it was a connection, a moment of contact across the gulf of years and death. Their final gift to him, preserved in the same family magic that Dumbledore had stolen and that Harry had finally reclaimed. When the golden light eventually faded, Harry remained standing before the grave, changed in subtle but significant ways by this final reconnection with his heritage. His restoration was complete now, not just in power, but in understanding. He knew who he was, where he came from, and where he might go from here. Harry Potter, last of his line but first of a new tradition. Keeper of ancient magic but architect of new possibilities. A wizard who had lost everything, reclaimed what was rightfully his, and in the process, helped reshape the world that had both formed and failed him. As he turned to leave the graveyard, his magic settled within him like a well-fitted garment, powerful but comfortable, distinctive but integrated, ancient but alive with potential. His birthright, restored at last. And with it, the freedom to chart his own course forward, unbounded by prophecy, uncontrolled by manipulation, guided only by his own conscience and the wisdom embedded in the magical legacy he had reclaimed. Potter Resurgent, indeed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.